Howdy, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well today. Let me know, as usual, if the microphone is okay and everything of that sort. Hopefully, everyone's having a good Saturday. We're in for a treat today. I think this is going to be the first one puzzle stream that I've done so far. I think, for comparison, I think I did 10 puzzles on Wednesday. I think today I'm going to be lucky if I do one. Because the puzzle that has been chosen by my supporters today is the puzzle A Game of Battleship by Niverio, which is going to be an adventure by all accounts. So Niverio says this is only 5 out of 5 for difficulty, but everyone else who's done it reports that it is like an 18 out of 5 for difficulty, and it's also very, very long. So be warned, this is going to be an adventure for all of us. But it's going to be a fun adventure, I expect. Yeah. The funny thing here is I'm looking at the LMD page right now, and the LMD page has a whole lot of rules on it, but these rules are nowhere near the rules, because attached here, and there's a link, Tristan's already posted it, I believe. Attached here is a link to a PDF of multiple pages that is just tons and tons of extra bulleted rules that are not included in here. Yeah, well, Vebi says everything. I don't think Vebi has ever said a puzzle I've made was 4 out of 5 difficulty. I think 3.5 is the highest difficulty Vebi has ever said for one of my puzzles. So it might be 4 out of 5 for Vebi, but that might still make the 40 of us pale in comparison. We'll see. All right. So again, be warned, this is going to be a fun little adventure. But I should say again, thank you to all of my supporters who support me on Patreon and on YouTube by subscribing, all those other things. So I did write it down today. I was going to say, so that one of the benefits of supporting me by being a YouTube member, by clicking the join button down below, or by being a member on Patreon at patreon.com/zetamath, if you're interested in either of those. On YouTube, you get some emotes, but either way, you get access to our exclusive Discord, and at an appropriate level, you get access to the list of all the puzzles I might consider doing, and you get to vote on what puzzle I will do. And every stream, I do the puzzle that has the most votes. Today, with 10 votes, which is a record, no puzzles ever had 10 votes before, we have this voted for by Nordy, Tallcat, Woofer, Ken, Doomed Yacht, Luda, Josh, Crispy, Russ, and David. So thank you to all of you. This solve is dedicated to all of you. So that is an excellent start. Okay, so let's try and begin to understand what this is going to look like. By the way, this is going to be in Penpa, so there's going to be it's going to be Penpa-y. For those of you who like/don't like Penpa, be warned. Oh no, how did I screw this up already? I had this set up perfectly. The video was like exactly right for me a second ago. Now I'm in the wrong place again. I somehow moved something around that I did not intend to move around. Oh, how did I did not intend to move this. Okay, how about that and that? Okay, and that again. Okay. Darn it, I had it perfect. What did I change? I can't figure out what I changed that was different from what I had before. I'm going to be pretty little today, I fear. Oh, that's exactly what it is. I'm in the wrong scene. Thank you, Tristan. Tristan nailed it. I spent all of this time agonizingly getting this set up in a way, and it's like, no, it's all wrong. Yes, I was in the wrong scene. Okay. There we go. So there is my carefully tweaked to do this. So now next time I stream, when I do a CTC puzzle, it's going to be all screwed up, and I'm going to have to do that next time. It was very tricky finding a way to lay out with this that I could flip through to the notes and have it look good with the notes. which are automatically centered, and the penpa, which is automatically flushed left. And also where the grids are big enough that you might conceivably be able to see them, although I'm honestly not sure that that's true. But hopefully you can kind of make this out. All right. So yes, there we go. Okay, so let's read through the rules. So there are chaos deconstruction rules. So divide the 10 by 10 grid into regions of 10 orthogonally connected regions of 9 cells. So 9 times 10 is 90. Be warned. So there are 100 total cells, but that means 10 of them are going to be empty at the end. So that's the first note. So we're going to break this grid into 10 9-cell regions that will be distributed throughout this grid in some fashion. By the way, there is only one grid. I should clarify. There are 2 grids here because there are so many layers of things to take notes about that I believe it is not possible to solve the puzzle with only one grid. There are too many kinds of pencil marks that you have to make. So there are 2 grids here, not because there actually are 2 grids, but to give us separate places to take notes. Again, there's a lot going on. So the entire grid is a game of Battleship between KNT and TotallyNormalCat. To solve the puzzle, we have to tackle Niverio's notes about the game of Battleship, which will let us reconstruct whatever has happened. Okay, here are the relevant rules of Battleship. Both players are in control of a fleet of 5 ships, and the fleet is detailed with an illustration under the note. So if you've not seen Battleship before, the way the actual game works is that the 2 players face each other, and they have this little board that has all these little ships on it, but in places where the other person cannot see. So there'll be a bunch of these ships sort of distributed across the board, and people will take turns trying to guess where the ships are of each other. That's the basic idea. And so these ships are distributed across the board in Battleship. Both players take alternating turns, firing at a certain cell in the enemy's 10 by 10 grid. So you'll aim at something like... And so the letters here on the grid are letters instead of numbers, because that's how it works in Battleship. So something like A5 would be that cell that's almost at the bottom of the grid. Let's see. Only 1 shot is allowed per turn. The attack player then announces if the attack is a hit, that is, if the cell contains a ship, or a miss, the cell does not contain a ship. The player who manages to hit all the cells of all enemy ships is the winner. Okay, so the document of notes, because we haven't really gotten any rules at all yet, so the document of notes is attached here. I'm going to, I think, flip to it to start, but I'm going to try and mostly focus on the grid, because you can have the document up for yourself. And I printed a version for myself, mostly for the purpose that I can cross off stuff that's no longer relevant, because I can't do that digitally. So I have no idea, by the way, I know basically nothing about this puzzle, so I have no idea if my preparations and attempts to make this work are going to succeed or not, but that was my... reasoning. So let's look at the rules. So it's first of all telling us how to use the 2 grids. So this is for us. All right. So keep track of where the ships are on the left grid. It's telling us there's a penpa supported battleship thing. It says answer check is enabled. I don't care about answer check at all. Let's see, because if we care about answer check, then we might know that we're wrong, and we don't want to know that we're wrong in this puzzle, I suspect. And then but it's sort of, this is why there's so much here, is because certain people, I don't know the personality type. If you're one of the people who really cares about penpa answer check, I'm actually very curious. Sort of like, what is it that penpa answer check does for you that excites you? Maybe there's like an adrenaline rush that's associated with a little pop-up. at the end. I don't know. But I've never been that into Penpa answer check. But I've been trying to include answer check in my puzzles lately because I know some people like it. But it's something that I find, I would say in Penpa, I find it mildly annoying. I don't think it's mildly annoying in CTC to have it, but I'm certainly indifferent to it. Okay, keep track of regions and digits in the right side grid. And we're supposed to mark the edges in green. Okay, well, we're not going to do that. So answer check is not going to work for us because we're streamers, and you can't use green edges when you're streaming. When you're streaming, you use the thick black edges for regions because it's the only ones that show up at all in Penpa. So when we're writing down edges of borders, we're going to do the thicker one, which only is available in black. And so that's going to be our border edges. So at the end, if we want to enable answer check, what this is saying is you have to go back and redo all of these with these horrendous looking edges that don't really show up on the grid. And that don't really show up in real life either. David has donated $10 for the 10 votes and the 10 letters in Battleship. Thank you, David. Donation dance. Zach says thank you, David. I also say thank you, David. Very much appreciated. Is that why, Niverio? Okay, Niverio has just solved for me a great quandary, which is why anyone uses green edges. Because Penpa doesn't support anything but green edges in answer check. I'll try and minimize my editorial comments about Penpa. Let's see. Okay, do not forget to entirely edge off empty cell blocks. Colors are useful to mark regions, but aren't mandatory for answer check. Okay, the following statements are true. Good start. At least it's not two of the three following statements are true. When both players finished placing their fleet, even when both fleets were layered onto the same grid, no two ships overlapped. So no two ships were touching each other either, neither orthogonally nor diagonally. Is it going to tell me how many of each ship each player has? Because I certainly don't remember. If it's not going to tell me, can someone remind me in chat how many destroyers, submarines, cruisers, battleships, and carriers each player has in Battleship? So I know there's more. I think there's more destroyers. I think there's only one carrier. I don't remember. So I'm going to need help on that one. Is it really? Or is it one of each in the puzzle? It really is one of each? Okay. Wow, I totally misremembered then. Okay. Well, that's easy. So one of each, great. And so we're going to have to fit all of these in here. And so, again, just to repeat that, no two are in the same spot. And no two ships touch each other orthogonally or diagonally. Okay, and that's independent of player. So they don't touch their own, and they don't touch each other's. And yeah, I get that it's one of each per player. So there's going to be 10 total once we're done this. Okay. KNT has placed X of his ships horizontally and Y of his ships vertically, whereas TNC has placed Y of his ships horizontally and X of his ships vertically. Okay? Every single ship cell is occupied by a digit, and digits along every ship form a valid German whisper line. Oh, Lord. Which means that adjacent digits differ by at least 5. Okay, and again, I just want to reiterate that in this puzzle, it's a 10 by 10 grid, but we're building 9 cell regions. So there's no zeros or any of that sort of nonsense. So there are just lots of cells in the grid that aren't part of any region. 2 digits were entirely missing from TNC's fleet, and those missing digits summed to 8. KNT, on the other hand, only had 1 digit missing from his entire fleet. Okay. Row 2 had more cells of ships than row 3 had after the initial setup. Since row 3 and 8 and columns C and H are usually very vital in Battleship. Oh, okay. Hey, Doomed Yacht. We're doing a puzzle you voted for. Chameleon says each country has different rules for Battleship. Okay, that's interesting. I really remember there being multiple length 3 ones in the... Oh, there even are multiple length 3 ones in this one. It's just one of them is called the submarine and one of them is called a cruiser. Okay, maybe this is exactly the set of ships that I played with. It's just I don't... Either in my version, I did not notice, or it was not true that the 2 length 3 ones had different names. Row 3 had... Okay. Are usually very vital. Another important thing to note... Okay, by the way, C and H, just to notice, are the analogs of 3 and 8. And unlike before, by the way, I did not notice this. So before it did this whole nonsense with X and Y. So those are unknown values. So when I saw this, I thought, C and H, Niverio is just not telling what C and H are. But C and H are just the names of columns because in this puzzle, columns have letter names instead of number names. Okay, but I think this is just flavor text that can be ignored about how rows 3 and 8 and column C and H are vital or whatever. The only thing that's relevant here is row 2 has more cells of ships than row 3. I don't think... Actually, I think the mention of the columns is just a red herring. Okay. Important thing to note. Okay. Neither player placed a vertical ship in column H. Okay, so this column has no vertical ships. KNT made a bold decision by placing his submarine parallel to his destroyer. Does that just mean they're both vertical or both horizontal? I think that just means they're both horizontal or both vertical. But we also have this bit about X and Y, where in terms of the number of ships that are horizontal and the number that are vertical, so these two could sort of like logic puzzle together to mean something eventually. But I'm assuming parallel doesn't have anything to do with anything other than orientation. But I can be... if I'm wrong, Niverio will correct me. Yeah, this is a puzzle with multiple pages of rules, which is... I would have bet money I would never do a puzzle with multiple pages of rules. I will currently say I will bet money this will be the last puzzle I do with multiple pages of rules. But Niverio talked to me a lot about the process of setting this, so I'm eager. I was eager to do this one, and I knew if I put it in the bucket, it would show up. So I was eager to do this one, but it had a lot to do with the circumstances around the creation of the puzzle. Okay. Okay, where are we? Okay. The first shot of the game was aimed at D3, which was a miss. Okay, so we have actual information. Bullet point number 63 is the first that has information. Okay. D3. So now we get to look at the shape mode. And conveniently, you'll notice that Niverio has kindly provided all of the battleship things as the default. Okay, so I think that means I should in D3 put the water icon. Although I might interpret the dot to mean miss, but to mean it was fired at, but it was a miss. Oh, no, I can't do that. Sorry. No, that's not true. I realize that that's wrong. I don't know that there's not a ship at D3. I only know that, who went first? I've already forgotten who went first. But it only means that one player doesn't have a ship at D3. It doesn't say anything about the other. I don't think it says who goes first. But if it does, someone let me know, because I am not capable of skimming this document. So someone will tell me otherwise. Okay. Okay, where were we? The loser of the battle managed to draw first blood by sinking his opponent's battleship with a decisive strike on B3. Okay. B3. Okay, so this is part of a battleship. So do something like that. And then go to text mode is recommended. Now, I'm given to understand, I should say, by the way, that the logic puzzle is only the first part of the puzzle, and then it gets better, is my understanding for people who don't like the logic puzzle part of it. But I think the logic puzzle part is sort of the unique part. Okay, number mode is how I'm going to write, and battleship is supposed to be C. Why is... Oh, no. Battleship is BA. Okay, but battleship is the one that is 4 long. Okay, so this is a battleship, is the... if I read that statement correctly. Okay, so... all right, so let's just... okay, that's part of a battleship. B3. Okay. The winner of the game has had his first successful hit of the game onto C1. Okay, so I need to actually color these by the player. So the players are going to be purple and orange, I think, because I think both of those will contrast well. Actually, maybe purple won't. Sorry, well, I don't need to color the water blue, do I? So I think the players are going to be purple and orange. And the reason why I'm coloring it is because this next note... okay, so the loser is... okay, so the winner is purple, because the loser struck purple's ship on B3. So sorry, I need to write that down. Okay, so what color is the loser and what color is the winner? So let me just read that again carefully. We have an icon for definitely water, Tristan. We have the wavy lines for is water. Okay, the winner of the game... no, sorry, the loser... is the one who hit something on B3. So B3 is the winner's ship, and B3 is purple. So the winner is purple, and the loser is orange. Also, I'm intrigued by Rank's suggestion that we associate colors that we would associate with winner and loser. I don't actually have... I don't have any colors I associate with winner or loser. Yes, each person in chat takes one of the bullet points. We have just enough people watching that each person Green for win, red for lose. Yeah, gold. If anything, gold would have been my my choice. Crangoon. I don't associate green with winning at all. I don't. Is that a sports ball thing? Because I don't do sports ball good. If that's where the reference is coming from, but I completely lack that association. Okay. But we have now the next thing is going to give us okay, well, okay, we can do green for win and red for lose. If that is what will work for chat. I will still write it on my list because I will probably not remember. Winner is green, loser is red. Okay. No shade to sports ball people, by the way. I'm a huge Survivor fan, and I think it is the same basic genre. Okay, now Tristan's saying I should not do red and green. I should do purple and orange because of red and green. Okay, so we're going to go back to purple and orange, I think. Okay, so purple was supposed to be the winner. This was supposed to be purple. Supposed to be orange. I know that in CTC, the red and the green are chosen deliberately, so they're not that bad for most red-green colorblind people. Oh, you actually did this, Tall Cat. I thought you voted for it so you wouldn't have to do it. Okay, so we're going to do purple for winner and orange for loser. Orange is kind of like red, so if you associate red with losing, then orange will have that association. Okay, so the loser... Okay, the loser was B3. That one, okay, we've got that one. Let me strike that out. Or sorry, let me, I guess, check that. I don't want to strike it out because there's a little more information in there. But we've already done that one. So the winner of the game had his first successful hit of the game on C1. Okay, so we need to go to C1. And that is the loser's ship. So C1 there is the loser's ship. Shape. So this is that. Okay, and so this is the carrier, if I read this correctly. The language here, by the way, I would say the language here just as a... since you asked for feedback, the language here is way too fanciful. I have way too often had to say, I think this is saying whatever. I do not like the language. But it says, spelled bad news for the loser's carrier. I think that's telling me that this is a carrier. So that is a carrier. We have 2 grids, Isabella, because there is too much in this puzzle to pencil mark in 1 grid. Is the reason. So we're pencil marking the battleship stuff in grid 1 and the sudoku stuff in grid 2. So that hit was a digit, and that digit was a 3. That is the other piece of that information. And so we're recording the 3 over on this side because of that line. Okay, so I think we've mostly encapsulated this. I don't know how much of this we're going to have to do this. Do carriers need to be horizontal? If you can point me to a bullet point. Also, this is a much more major point. The rules should have numbers so that people can refer to them. That's right. We should get a 3 dance. No, I'm counting it. This might be our most successful part of the puzzle so far. So, overall. So I think we do get this. So we get to do the 3 dance. Do 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 do. Thank you, Zach. I'm sure Zach will find other milestones in this puzzle to dance for. I hope there will at some point be a region dance. But if there is a line that says carriers are always horizontal, oh, the ships can't touch each other vertically. That's the point. Okay, that's the point. Yeah, carriers are 4 long. No, carriers are 5 long. Okay. Carriers are 5 long, and they can't touch diagonally. So the point is that this can't go down because it would immediately touch the battleship. And so this carrier here is 5 long. And so it always takes these 2 cells, is the point. Because even if I shove it all the way in the corner, I still get some battleship pieces here and here, and those pieces are carriers. Carriers. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what mode everything is that I have to be in. Text for these. Carrier. One moment. Sorry, I'm also changing my screen layout to facilitate doing this with less difficulty. Okay, so these are both carriers. Okay, and again, just a note. My battleship pieces include pieces for the ends of the battleship, but I don't know. But I don't know how I do that. Oh, I don't know if we can have a bet cell because oh, maybe we can have a bet cell. Let's see. There's gonna be a long wait here, but we can get our betting tree, I think. Where is the betting tree? There we go. There's the betting tree. Okay, we're gonna put the betting tree here, unless Niverio has a different suggested bet tree. By the way, I know I say I'm not a big fan of Penpa, but the bet tree feature of Penpa is awesome. And Sven definitely needs to incorporate betting trees into this. So if you're not familiar with the betting tree tradition, you can guess how this puzzle will look at the end. Okay, so let's go back to Battleship. Okay, so what digit or no digit will be here? That is the thing to guess. Okay, and so the point about this that was made by many people is I know that all of these cells are water. And I, in fact, know that that cell is water and that cell is water too, because, and by water, I mean it's no one ship in either because the ships don't touch diagonally. I suppose I also know that's water because the ships don't touch diagonally. Right, I think that's true. Okay, that sounds correct. Yeah, I think all of that is good. Oh yeah, we can also do those 2 in row 4. That's a good point. From several people in chat. Okay. So that was the column 1-1. The loser's battleship wasn't long for this world either. Once his opponent took a risk and aimed at the corner of J1. Okay, so J1. This is a battleship. And let me read that sentence again. The loser's battleship. Okay, so this is the battleship of the loser. Niverio, why? You changed from referring to the person who was acting to the person who was being acted on, so you have to mentally negate a different number of times to get whose this was. So this is the loser's battleship. So the loser is orange. And so this is orange. Okay, and so if I learned anything from before, that means this is water. Because it can't be part of the battleship, and it touches it diagonally. Okay. I would bet it is not too late for you to add numbers or like Roman numerals for all of these bullet points. That is one thing I think would make people who are doing this collaboratively very nice. Okay. Okay. Got that. Okay. KNT was visibly disappointed once his shot onto G4 did not hit a ship. Oh no. This is one of those other ones like the one about D3 that is intrinsically useless and will only be more useful at a later point because it doesn't tell us that G4 doesn't have a ship. It only tells us that G4 doesn't have TotallyNormalCat's ship. And we also have this somewhat obnoxious quality that we have to deal with the fact that we are coloring stuff by loser and winner, and we don't know which of TotallyNormalCat and KNT is the loser or the winner yet. And so as a result of that, TallCat, you're not aiming at your own ship. Because each player's ships are on different boards. And I presume as a player, KNT can't know the fact that none of TotallyNormalCat's ships are in the same place as KNT's ships. Yeah, so they can't know that their ships don't overlap. So yeah, yeah, G4 was a miss, but only for one of them, not for the other. So I can't mark this as water. So marking this as water would be an incorrect reading of that clue, as Niverio confirms. Okay, so if TallCat had not correctly guessed that, then TallCat's solve would have been 6 hours. I am now learning. Yeah, so I have no idea what the names of the ships are either, Isabella. I just have this sort of like sitting next to me that yeah, I have this sitting next to me so I know them, because I definitely do not know these off the top of my head. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so that one is not useful yet. I mean, I can't mark it as a color. All this tells me is that one player's ship isn't in G4, but that is true of literally every cell on the board, Nicholas. So anything I could color from this would be I have too much faith in Niverio ranks to think that if I scan all the way down that I'm going to get who won. It will be terrible, terrible puzzle design if at the end of this it tells me information that would have been relevant to read this at the beginning. Now Niverio is either smiling or squirming in his chair, one of those. But it's okay. I'm squirming in my chair, so we'll see which way it goes. Let's see. I mean, but the thing is, logic puzzles aren't meant to be good puzzles. This is meant to be a good puzzle. So I feel like, I mean, I think, expect that together these clues are going to mean something that they don't individually. But let's see. Okay, we'll see. We're almost to the end. We're almost to the end of this part. And I think we get to finish page 2 before we move on to page 3, maybe. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, so the next one is TNC let out a huge sigh of relief once one of KNT's shots went right in between his submarine and his destroyer. Okay, so The submarine and the destroyer don't touch each other in TNC's world, but they're almost there. There were alarm bells ringing in the loser's fleet once their submarine got hit by a missile aimed at column A. Okay, so got hit by a missile. Okay, so there is a submarine in column A. Okay, I don't think I can use that yet. The sub and destroyer are one place apart, but they could be either parallel or perpendicular. It's possible that if I look at this, that this previous one, Dog is asking about this point. Sorry, this one. I'm trying to highlight just that point. And this might eventually, once I know something about the submarine and destroyer, it will probably disambiguate who is the winner and who is the loser. Because I'll be able to figure out that couldn't happen for one of orange or purple, but I don't know any information about it yet. Yeah, there's a submarine in column A. Don't know what to do with that yet. The winner fleet also wasn't having a great time, especially after their carrier was hit by a missile landing in column D. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess for me, right between implies that there's a ship on either side, but maybe that's not the intended reading. Let's see. There was a important clarification here. But that's not about this. We have not gotten to the part that there's a clarification about yet. But there's a clarification on LMD. So the winner had a carrier hit by a missile in column D. Okay, so wait, sorry. The winner has a carrier in column D, right? Sorry, the carrier was hit by a missile landing in column D. Okay. Yeah, so we know the loser has their carrier in column D. The winner also has their carrier in column D. That is true. Hits we have marked in ship pieces, Nicholas. But I don't think I have any hits that I have not marked as of yet. Okay, TNC's gamble of placing two different ships on a certain column backfired massively as both ships were sunk by the end of the match. So if TNC lost, then this is not saying anything, really. Carriers are 5 long, Liam. A successful hit onto row 9 by the winning fleet sealed the demise of the losing fleet. Oh yeah, that's true, Nicholas. I haven't distinguished. I mean, every ship of the loser was hit because that's how you lose. So technically, I guess all of the orange cells are hits. The purple boat is from the winner, and so the purple boat from the winner, that one was a hit, but we don't have these. But you can't layer pencil marks on top of each other in Penpa, Nicholas, so I'm just going to assume I can't meaningfully track that. So, Woofer, I would say it kind of implies that they're both vertical, but it certainly doesn't say that. And I think if it really meant to say that they were both vertical, oh no, Nicholas, it was a completely correct point that we should be mindful of the difference between hit and is a ship. But we just don't have a way to track it because of limitations of Penpa. Unless we've made a third grid. Okay, and Niverio clarifies it doesn't mean they're both vertical. All right. next. Okay, so okay, carrier, but that okay. Yeah, okay. Successful hit on row 9. Uh, Once the game-winning shot was made, both players had an equal number of shots. Okay, so this thing, this is letting us link that the winner went second. So the loser, which is orange, okay, so I'm going to write this down for myself. The loser, which is orange, also went first. Just to muddy the waters more. Because if the winner was the first player, then they would have won, and they would have had one more move, because their opponent would not have moved after they had already won. Okay, so the loser is orange, who went first. The winner is purple, who went second. Okay. Okay. Now this is exactly the classic. Yeah, I mean, Niverio, I should specify. Niverio was setting this for literal forever and was doing nothing else. It was like sleeping, occasionally sleeping, occasionally eating. But from the sounds of it, was basically working on this continuously for over a week. So this was this is a real, genuine labor of love. Okay. I could definitely have done without this clue, by the way. But this is, I mean, if the theme is match what nonsense logic puzzles do, this is the kind of thing they do. But we really don't need 16 different ways to refer to each player in this. First and second versus whatever and whatever and whatever and whatever else. Let's see. Okay. The MVP for the winning fleet was their horizontal destroyer, which wasn't sunk by a single shot. Oh, sorry, which wasn't hit by a single shot for the entire game. Okay. Each other ship in the match has been sunk. Okay, so there's only one ship that was not hit, and it was not hit at all. Okay, interesting. Okay, should I should read part 2, right? Or maybe not. Maybe I should not read this now. You should be able to determine. Okay, so here's the hint. You should be able to determine the location of every single ship and which ship belongs to which player, along with who won the match, just with the information provided in the previous section. Okay, so now we go back and we reread all of this again. Okay. So surprisingly, okay, so now I'm just going to read these again. So surprisingly, when both players finish placing their okay, this one okay. I'm happy with this one. I don't need to read this one again. I don't think. I probably need to be reminded of it, but I don't think I need to read it again. So we have this X horizontally, Y vertically thing. And notably, we don't need to know which is which between orange and purple to use this. This is just saying orange has a number of horizontal ships equal to the number of purple's vertical ships and vice versa. That's all that's saying. It is completely trackable in orange and purple without knowing the use of KNT and TNC here is a red herring. Okay. Every ship cell is occupied by a digit, and the digits along every ship form a valid German whispers line. Okay, so I should look at the German whispers part. So I'd completely forgotten about this. So no surprise there. But this 3 is part of a German whispers line. Sorry, did it say they're in the same region? A valid German. Okay, I don't think that's true, but we can fill in. Okay, so I do actually get to take out my number pad. I was not expecting that I would get to take out my number pad this early. But, oops, sorry, wrong thing. These 3 cells form a valid German whispers. So this needs to be an 8 or a 9. And this needs to be a 1, 2, or 4. But here's the thing we need to keep in mind. This carrier is actually 5 cells long. So it could extend this direction or this direction. But when it extends, it's going to need to subsume more digits. And the 3 is kind of an interesting German whispers thing. So we have that to keep in mind because these do need to form a 5 long German whisper, which isn't that restrictive, but is still, fairly restrictive. Okay. 2 digits are missing entirely from TNC's fleet, and those digits summed to 8. Didn't you deliberately make one puzzle as brutal as possible? Garion has a good point, which was, I was trying to think about 5s, but yeah, 5 is missing from every fleet. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so that is the point of this bullet. About 2 digits were missing entirely from TNC's fleet, and those missing digits sum to 8. Because of the German whisper part, I can't put a 5 on any fleet element. And so 5 is always missing. And so the digits missing from KNT's fleet were summed to 8. One of them is a 5, so the other is a 3. So KNT is missing 3 and 5. And that is going to identify the players. Because now KNT is missing 3 and 5, so that means KNT is not the loser. I feel like I'm announcing the winner of Vias de Mol. But KNT is now not the loser, because Orange does have a 3 in its fleet. So that means that KNT is not the loser. So KNT is the winner. So I now just have this that the rules here refer to the winner, the person who went second, and KNT, and all of those are just different ways to refer to purple. And the loser is TotallyNormalCat, who is also the person who went first. Oh, did I read it backwards? Oh, I read it backwards. Sorry. It's exactly the opposite. I couldn't believe that I was shocked when Niverio let KNT win. Almost enough that I rechecked. Sorry, so I just read it backwards. This is a TNC, not a KNT. Okay, so sorry. KNT is the loser, and TotallyNormalCat is the winner. TotallyNormalCat went second, KNT went first. Okay. This is indeed very confusing, but I think that was very intentional. I don't think it's confusing in the right way. But it is very confusing, and it's very intentionally obfuscating. Okay. We are continuing to do this. Yes, I said, Isabella, that I would bet money I would not ever do another puzzle like this, but I wanted to do this one specifically. Because I heard so much about the process of setting it that I became intrigued. Okay. So KNT is missing 3 and 5. TNC is only missing 5. Just to record that. Yeah, this is definitely a gas puzzle. What is the 2-hat time on this, Niverio? It's funny because this is a lot like Grockles has a puzzle like this, although I think it might even be more over the top than this. Okay. Okay, it was very intriguing to see that row 2 has more cells of ships than row 3. Okay, so row 2 has more cells of ships than row 3. Well, that's pretty big, because how many ship cells can row 2 have? Row 2 can only now have 3 ship cells. At most. And so this battleship can never be horizontal. Because if this battleship was horizontal, battleships are 4 long. So this battleship, in fact, we actually know exactly what it looks like now. It needs to go vertically, because otherwise it would immediately break that rule. About row 2 having more ships than row 3. So we need to write BA on all of these. First ship dance. What does your first ship dance look like, Zach? Have you studied that one in school? No, they don't teach you a first ship dance? Well, just do your best. I'll get you a sailor hat. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so, oops. How am I in number mode and it's not giving me... Oh, it's because I need to be in number mode, but normal. No. Okay, how did I screw this up? Someone who knows Penpa, what did I do? I switched out of the right mode for writing this in here. What mode do I want to be in? Number mode medium size. That's what I need to be in. I accidentally, thinking that I was in Sudoku mode, switched this. Okay, so that's a battleship. This is a battleship. This is a battleship. And I get to water everything all over the place, everywhere. There we go. I keep expecting it to let me drag the water, but of course it doesn't. Okay. So there definitely is a ship in row 2. So it's probably this battleship, but annoyingly there is a length 2 ship called a destroyer, I guess, that could just go here and eat up both of those spaces, and that would be more. But how long is a battleship? I do not know. So could this be 4 long? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it cannot. So for German Whispers reasons, the battleship can't go horizontally. This actually, I thought this was going to be about this clue, but actually it's not. The battleship can't go horizontally because that would put 5 digits in row 1 on a German Whispers. And there aren't, that would put 9 digits in row 1 on a German Whispers. So actually, the battleship here goes vertically. Because of German Whispers stuff. Because I can't put a 5 on a German Whispers. That's the joke. 1, 2, 3. It's very clever. I like that. That was a very cute deduction. Okay. Oh, it's a 4-cell ship. It's a 4-cell ship, I'm being told. Battleship sounds like the long one, but it's not. There we go. Okay. We have rewound. Thank you. Okay. how much Battleship did you play growing up, Niverio? I'm curious. Is this like something that reminds you of your childhood, or is this just you noticed that there was a shape for battleships in Penpa, and we're like, what can I do with that? Uh, yeah, I feel like Battleship sounds the longest, although I guess Carrier sounds longer, but I don't really think about the Carrier, if I'm being honest. Okay, so that's both battleships in the grid. So if we read anything about battleships, we know where they both are. You shrunk my battleship. Great. A plus, Jay. A plus. Uh, so now there are 2 ships in row 2, as Garion points out, and I need strictly more ship in row 2. Sorry, there are 2 ships in row 3. I need strictly more in row 2, because that's what this bullet point is all about. And so that means both of these have to be ship, and the only way they can both be ship is if this is a destroyer. So this is a destroyer. I was already explaining chat's point about this. I just had to show chat where this was coming from. So that's a destroyer, and it's a destroyer. I don't think we yet know whose destroyer, but this is probably where the vertical horizontal hoobly-hoo is going to get us. And so that's going to get us water, which is going to place the whole hoobly-hoo. Oops. No. Place the whole hoobly-hoo with the carrier, because now the carrier has to go all the way left. And so we can fill in the carrier. Doop-a-doo. Yes, the rest of row 3 is going to be water, but I can only fill in so many things at a time. But yes, the rest of row 3 is water. So we've got more water there. Okay, so we're starting to have something resembling some amount of progress. All right. Yeah, I was debating if I wanted to just draw a German Whispers line in here just to remind us of that. I think literally the only thing that was mentioned about digits, though, was that this was a 3, and that there are no 5s on it. But I can pencil mark this, but I don't think it's going to be useful until later. But hey, it could be. Why not? So this is an 8-9 pair. This is a 1, 2, or 4. Yeah. And it does give us an 8-9 pair, but I think the point, if I read Niverio's hint at the beginning of page 3 first correctly, was don't think about this until you finished grid 1, was sort of seemed to be the idea. Okay, so let's, now that we've got a lot more filled in the grid, and we know, I've already forgotten, we know that KNT is orange, and TNC is purple. Let's keep reading these clues again. Okay. Neither player placed a vertical ship in column H. Neither player placed a vertical ship in column H. I don't think I can do anything with that yet. By the way, I'll say the logic parts of this I found very cute. Like this part. The part I don't like is the deliberately confusing part of this. I could do without that. Like I would rather just focus on the logic part. Okay. Okay, so KNT's submarine is parallel to his destroyer. Nope. Don't know yet. Because this is a destroyer. KNT could be placing the submarine parallel to it. We don't know yet. let's see. The first shot was aimed at D3, which was a miss. It's funny how that information was completely useless. Right? How could that possibly be useful? We never used it because we couldn't. And we've filled in this cell with water already. Okay, I'm worried that there's something here that is relevant, but this information seems completely useful. Or seems completely useless. Okay, Niverio has said that this is like an extra given. It's just there to make sure that no one gets stuck, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to include. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. I do like, by the way, that just as a matter of design, the fact that you could misread this to say that D3 is empty, even though it doesn't actually say that, but it would be a very easy mistake to make. I think it was a very wise setting decision to make it actually empty, so that someone who screwed this up would still solve the puzzle successfully. It's actually my biggest regret about Kodama that that there's an easy mistake you can make at the end that actually will break the puzzle, and it will be very difficult if you make the mistake to figure out what you did wrong. Okay. Okay, B3, but we know. Okay, we already know that one. Okay, I think this one we've sort of wrung everything we did out of now. The winner of the game had his first successful hit on the game in column 1. Okay, yeah, that one I think we've already done. Sorry, not column 1, C1. I'm glad I didn't screw that up the previous time. I tried to screw it up this time. The loser's battleship. Oh, okay, yeah, we got that part. Okay, the loser's battleship part we've got. Okay, the part where I was taking notes about these seems to have gone. I should pay attention to this. Okay. Okay, that one I don't think does anything. KNT was visibly disappointed once his shot into G4 did not hit a ship. G4. Okay. So this cell is not... Okay, so KNT took the shot. So this cell is not purple, is what this says. Oh, that's F4. G4. This cell is not purple. Okay, I don't think knowing that this cell's not purple is a thing I can write down, or B, useful yet. But I think it will be useful, but it's not useful yet, I don't think. Okay, so TNC has... So the next clue says TNC's submarine and destroyer have one cell between them. Okay, TNC... Okay, sorry. Yes, TNC's submarine and destroyer. I don't... Oh, okay. So if this is TNC's destroyer... if this is TotallyNormalCat's destroyer, then the submarine has to be parallel to it. So it would have to be... Oh, I guess it wouldn't have to... Sorry, it doesn't have to be parallel. It just has to touch one of these two cells. Otherwise, it's not. I don't think I can quite make use of that yet, but it's certainly meant to be applied to this destroyer, I think. Okay, the loser's fleet has the submarine in column A. Okay, so the submarine in column A is, I think, going to tell us the entire thing, right? The submarine, yeah. So the submarine is in column A, and it's the loser's submarine that's in column A, right? Yes. Okay, so we know exactly where the loser's submarine in column A goes. So there we go. So this is a submarine. and it's the losers, and the loser is orange. And so we can... Oh, it could be horizontal. Oh, damn it. Yeah, you're right. You're completely right. Sorry. Okay, we just know that there is a submarine over here, but you're right. It could be horizontal. There's no reason it doesn't have to be. It has to be vertical just because it fits. Okay, but the loser is again KNT, and their submarine is in. So KNT's submarine is in column A. I'm trying to link this with the destroyer submarine business, but okay, so yeah, I don't think I know a connection between Orange's submarine and Orange's destroyer. I think I only know a connection between Purple's submarine and Purple's destroyer. Let's see. Oh, okay. So Garion has a good point, which is that this cell... So the thing we know from the point that KNT was visibly disappointed once his shot onto G4 did not hit a ship. I'm hoping the submarine counts as a ship. Please tell me, Niverio, that the submarine counts as a ship. That the fact this isn't purple actually might help me connect the bit with the destroyer and the bit with the and the other thing. So the point that says TNC let out a huge sigh of relief once one of KNT's shots went right between his submarine and destroyer. Okay, so the only way, since this is not purple, the only way that this is purple is if TotallyNormalCat's submarine looks exactly like this, vertically 3 cells like this, because that can't be part of it. So it's possible all of this is purple. I bet it's going to connect to some other piece. But the two worlds, just to reiterate, so that when it comes up later, one of you can tell me which it is. Is no ship in H vertical? That sounds possible. Let's see. Where would that be? Yes. No ship in column H was vertical. That is correct. Beautiful, beautiful spot or memory, Martin. Okay. So yes. So that means this can't be TotallyNormalCat's destroyer. This is KNT's destroyer. So this is Orange's destroyer, to put it a different way. So there is Orange's destroyer. And we know that KNT's submarine and destroyer are parallel. Do we know that? Where do we know that? Let's see. I bet that's in here somewhere. Let's see. KNT uses destroyer. Let's see. I believe it was in here, but I don't see it immediately. That sounds... Yes. Submarine is parallel. So KNT's submarine is parallel to his destroyer. So KNT's submarine is horizontal. Yeah, the submarine is horizontal, but it could be horizontal anywhere. I don't think so. Wait, no, B9? B9. What if the submarine was this? Yeah, so the submarine is one of these three, because we know the submarine touches column A. That is one of the things that we were told. And it's parallel to the destroyer. So KNT, the orange destroyer, that's what I'm going to call KNT from now on. KNT, the orange destroyer, the submarine is in one of these three places. Okay. In one of those three orientations, even, I should specifically say. Okay. And we need to keep in mind the yes, D9 is always where. That's right. Because no matter which of those three I draw in, this is always what a great spot to Carl there. But we need to keep in mind the X and Y thing at the beginning, which is that the number of horizontal ships that orange has is equal to the number of vertical ships that that purple has. No, Tristan, it cannot still be vertical because orange's destroyer and submarine are parallel. That is explicitly one of the bullet points, which we are now invoking. Okay. The winning fleet, aka orange, had their carrier hit in column D. Wait, no, we already know that the winner's carrier is in column D, unfortunately. And the winner is orange, right? I'm remembering that correctly. No, the winner's purple. No, the winner's purple. Sorry. No, the winner's purple. I was like, the winner is the one that's like red, right? That's what they said? No, that's the opposite of what everyone said. Okay, sorry. So then, to reiterate, the carrier of purple is in column D. Now, it doesn't have to have more than one cell in column D, I don't think. A carrier is 5 cells long. 3, 4, 5. So the carrier of purple either looks like this exactly, or it glances through here by doing something else like that. Okay, Garion is pointing out one of the points that I should find about where is this coming from? Where is this point? So I'm looking for this point that Garion is quoting. About TNC made a gamble of putting 2 ships in one column. I don't see it. Fifth to last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. TNC's gamble of placing 2 different ships on a certain column backfired massively as both ships were sunk by the end of the match. Okay. So, but they don't have to be vertical, right? They just have to be in a column, right? But Niverio said earlier they don't have to be vertical. Okay, let's look at our let's continue down our list. It reads to me like they both have to be vertical, but then I read it again and was like, maybe this doesn't actually say that. Okay, the submarine of the loser is in column A. Okay, that. Okay, a successful hit onto row 9 by the winning fleet sealed the demise of the losing fleet. So somewhere in row 9, there is an orange ship. So it's either it's either Orange's submarine, or Orange's whatever the thing is we don't have yet. Cruiser? Yes. So there's either an orange cruiser or the orange submarine in this row. I'm gonna guess we're gonna learn that the submarine is not there. But yeah, so game-winning shot is what that's saying, but I don't think we can quite use it yet. Ah, the game-winning shot was made onto a horizontal cruiser. Okay, so there is there is a cruiser here that's horizontal. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite tell us anything because it could be over here, it could be over here. But it does tell us these things are not the submarine. Okay, great. No, it does not. Never mind. Sorry. Cruisers are only 3 long. Cruisers are not carriers. They both start with C, but they're different things. Sorry, I thought we were going to get to repeat our 5 logic, but we do not get to repeat our 5 logic. So yeah, we have a horizontal cruiser in some combination of these cells. Oh, okay. That's what it tells us. It tells us how many horizontal ships KNT has. Orange has 4 horizontal ships and 1 vertical one. Garion saw it too. And so that means that purple has 4 vertical ships and 1 horizontal ship. Okay, so let me add that to my chart. So my little chart over here. So the loser has 4 horizontal, 1 vertical. And the winner has 4 vertical and 1 horizontal. Okay, so now that we know that, now we go back to purple having 2 ships in the same column. One of them has to be vertical. And the last bullet tells us what the horizontal ship of purple is, because it says there's a horizontal destroyer of purple that's never hit. So there's 1 purple horizontal ship that was never hit. Orange's carrier is already in here. Oh, purple carrier. So the purple carrier, I guess the point is the purple carrier is not horizontal. So the purple carrier is vertical. Right, there's no... Oh, no, there can just be there could be like a purple destroyer and the orange thing over here, right? Does mean TNC's submarine... Oh boy, let's see. I've got to go back and look at this again. Okay, so the where was the thing about the vertical and horizontal or whatever the thingy thing? So there's something about something landing straight between 2 things. Yeah, TNC has the submarine and destroyer have only 1 cell between them. Submarine and destroyer. Okay, and so I have that. Okay. What do I know about purple's carrier? People are saying purple's carrier is placed. I was digging this up, but I don't think that tells me anything. The thing I was looking at, I don't think tells me anything. Why is it in column D? Why is it in column D? I understand people are telling me it's in column D. Is that just a clue? Is there just a clue that says it's in column D? Right, okay. There we go. It is bullet point 6 from the bottom. The winner also wasn't having a great time, especially after their carrier was hit by a missile landing in column D. Okay. So the carrier of purple is vertical because it's the cruiser or something. It's not the carrier that's horizontal in purple in any event. And so now we have this 5-cell carrier for purple. You will let me drag colors. Why will it let me drag colors but not shapes? Okay, whatever. That's going to give me lots of water everywhere. And so now I need to write carrier on all of this, but then we can place the submarine. So CA, 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 CA. And so now remember that orange's submarine is a length 3 horizontal thing that touches column A. So that means it has to be exactly here. And what am I supposed to write for submarine? Submarine is supposed to be SU. So this is orange. And it's the submarine. Okay, so I can put water around that. Okay, what is the horizontal ship of purple again? Can someone tell me what the horizontal, which ship in purple is horizontal? Yes, the destroyer. The destroyer, this is the very last bullet point. It is the destroyer. Oh, crap. But the destroyer is the one that's length 2. I was excited because destroyer sounded too big to be length 2, but it is not too big to be length 2, unfortunately. So this could still be the destroyer of TotallyNormalCat, aka purple. But everything else is vertical in purple, we know. And we have this bit about the thing between the two things, right? The submarine and the destroyer. Oh, no. That's the point. The submarine and the destroyer of TotallyNormalCat. The submarine and the destroyer. Oh, no. Oh, crap. They, right. No. This is the submarine of orange, not of TotallyNormalCat, right? The submarine and the destroyer of TotallyNormalCat have exactly 1 cell between them. So this can't be the destroyer because there would be no place to put the submarine. I know I did not articulate this very well, but let me read the relevant clue just so I can explain this again. TNC let out a huge sigh of relief once one of KNT's shots went right between his submarine and destroyer. Okay, so KNT's submarine and KNT's destroyer have only 1 cell between them. If you read that clue the way Niverio intended you to, which about half of chat read it the way that Niverio intended, and half of chat didn't. But if I put purple's destroyer here, that leaves me nowhere for the submarine. So that's all water is the point. Okay. Now, didn't we know something about something in row 10? Did I imagine that? Maybe I didn't imagine that. I do not know. Okay. Well, the 2 purples that are in 1 column, I know the 2 purples are in 1 column. The 2 purples that are in 1 column aren't here, for whatever that is worth. Okay, and the last... Okay, let me just remind myself. The last orange ship... the last orange ship is the cruiser, and it's horizontal. Do I know anything about where orange's cruiser is? Let's see. I feel like there was something about the loser's cruiser, which... it's an interesting combination of words to put together, but yes, the game-winning shot... Oh, well, the game-winning shot was made on a horizontal cruiser, but that doesn't really help. So the yeah, I don't think that helps, is the point. All right, so I do know it, by the way. The game-winning shot. Ah, yes, and the game-winning shot was in row 9. Right, okay. Yes, sorry. Why is this 2 bullet points? This being 2 bullet points is egregious, Niverio. These two are about exactly the same thing. They only mean anything together, and they're next to each other anyway. Like, it could just say the game-winning shot was on a horizontal cruiser in row 9, and then it would be 1 bullet point, and then there would be way fewer words to deal with. But now, anyway, the point of all of this is that Orange's cruiser is horizontal in row 9. It's length 3, fun fact. And so this cell is always part of Orange's cruiser. And so these cells are never cruiser. These cells are never anything because of the diagonally things. Okay. TNC doesn't necessarily have 2 vertical ships in the same column. That's not that. The clue is TNC has 2 ships that are in the same column, but we don't know what the column is. Okay. I want to know, can this be KNT's destroyer? And I think the answer is yes. I think this can be KNT's destroyer. The clue has an extra sentence, which is important. Okay, I'm going to read both of these and see if anyone can tell me what the extra sentence is. A successful hit onto row 9 by the winning fleet sealed the demise of the losing fleet. The game-winning shot was made onto a horizontal cruiser. I do not think there is a meaningful sentence in there for us at the moment. Yeah, so Daniel, just to reiterate, and for everyone, because this is incredibly confusing, the loser is KNT is orange, and went first, and the winner is TNC, and is purple, and went second. Okay, so I want to see if this can be the purple destroyer, and I think it can be the purple destroyer. Okay, Oh, I guess, yeah, there's not quite enough room, is there? Because the destroyer is the one that's horizontal, right? So there do need to be 2 purple ships in column F, because I can't put a horizontal and a vertical here. Chad is completely correct. I believe that. So Isabella, the way it will work is that will be the destroyer, and that will be the submarine, and that will fulfill the 2 vertical ships in the same column. That will fulfill the 2 ships in the same column thing, Isabella, if that is the thing. This can't be no, that could be ship. Sorry, never mind. G4 was a miss. So that can be watered now. Right. Orange is KNT, and KNT missed when they fired at G4. This is a point somewhere right in the middle. Yeah, basically right in the middle. And so now I know where all of Orange's ships are. And so actually I know this is not purple, and I also know in a completely different way it's not orange. So it can be waterfied. G4. Okay. Okay, Garion says I need to read, basically says I need to read the clue again, because he's referencing parts of it that I don't remember. So we need to read this 2 ships in a column business again. Okay, where is this one? TNC let out a huge sigh of relief once when one of KNT's shops went right between his submarine and his destroyer. That one isn't about stuff being sunk. People are looking at a different clue. Okay. But both ships were hit. What is this both ships were hit clue? Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. We're looking at that clue. Okay, the both ships were hit, but the destroyer but the destroyer is not hit. Okay. So, okay, here's the string of things we have to put together. So, the destroyer of purple we know is horizontal. And it's never hit. The 2 ships that are in the same column that belong to purple, we now know have to be vertical because they were both hit, because it says they were sunk by the end of the game. And so we actually have to fit 2 vertical purple ships into column F. That seems difficult. In fact, I think there's exactly one way we can do it, because we can't use the destroyer. So we have to put, I believe we have to put purple ships in exactly these positions in column F in order for purple to have 2 in the same column, one of which was sunk. And then that's also going to place the destroyer and all of the other things. Okay, I think this is going to do all the things. So if I understand correctly, this is now forced. Okay, so these are all not stuff. That's not stuff. That's not stuff. Now, the orange ship here, which is the cruiser, is forced. So now orange's cruiser looks like this, and orange's destroyer, or sorry, and purple's destroyer is also forced. But I'm going to enter this one piece at a time, just to take advantage of the fact that I actually know a few things I can fill into the grid, so that I can enjoy that. So we're going to do that and that. And so now, not sudoku, number. This is the cruiser, which is supposed to be CR. CR, CR, CR. Okay, now there's one cell that lay between the submarine and the destroyer. So the destroyer now looks like this for purple, except like that. That's the only place I can put a 2-cell horizontal ship for purple that will be between something that could be purple's submarine. So this is purple's destroyer. DE. Okay, and so because that's the destroyer, I need to just double check here. It's the submarine that's here. Submarine. Cruiser. And now all the ships are placed. So now we just water everything, and then we get to do the ship dance, which Nicholas told me is supposed to be. Boop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so we have We have successfully discovered the bet cell is water. So I know a lot of people bet that the bet cell is going to have no digit in it at the end. So all of those people are still live. Bye, Nicholas. You get the penguin emoji by being a YouTube member, Liam. The way YouTube works is if you're a member, then you get the green name and you get all the extra emotes and you get the little windmill next to your name. Also, that emote is available freely on the Puzzle Plaza Discord. Okay. You become a member by clicking join and contributing a certain amount to the stream per month, which is up to you, I think. But I think it's like, I don't. Tristan can say in chat how many dollars it is per month to get access to the emotes and stuff. But you can do that, and it is much appreciated when people do. Okay, so now we get to look at the post-match report from Niverio. So let's read this together. I think this part is actually in more straightforward stuff. Okay, and the notes written in color in the previous section indicate that those points still carry relevant information that will be helpful during this part of the solve. Okay, so the stuff that was in red before, we get to still remember as we look at the rest of this. So every ship was contained in a single region, and every single region had exactly one ship. Okay, so now we're onto the chaos construction part, and so now I get to sort of color in all the ships over here, and I get to not worry at all about whether I'm coloring two things that could secretly maybe be the same thing or not, because every ship is in its own region, which is cool. There we go. Orange can go over here. Blue can go up here. Let's see. We've already got a pink, a brown. Oh, I haven't done a red yet. We can do a red down here. And we can do a second green coming up here, maybe? I did not count correctly there, did I? No. Second green coming up there. We have 10 regions, which each contain the digits 1 through 9, and then some number of empty cells, which is an exercise for the reader. I should not make the purple carrier orange. I can make this one... let's see. I can make this one orange, and then I can make the purple carrier red, and then I can make this one down here also orange, just to minimize confusion. Welcome, Isabella. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being a new member. Zach also thanks you. New member dance. Thank you very much, Isabella. Great to have you. And now you get your fancy emotes. Awesome, awesome. I love the new Zach emotes. It's so cool. All right. So I'm going to draw, as was recommended earlier, I'm going to draw in the whisper lines just so I remember that there are these whisper lines. Because every ship, if you've not been with us for the whole solve, every ship is also a German whisper line in the world over here. So I'm going to draw those all in. I'm going to give plenty of time for people to tell me I didn't copy some piece of information correctly. And let's look over here. Okay. Every region had exactly one ship. Yep. No two ships' digits summed to the same number. Oh, good lord. Well, that's not going to be relevant for a while. I don't think. TNC's carrier did not contain the digit 8. Oh, welcome! Welcome, Liam. Thank you, Liam. New member dance. Thank you, Liam. Zach thanks you as well. Thank you very much. 2 new fans. Exciting. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for hanging out and helping me with this. This is much appreciated today. You also get my face. I think you get 2 versions of my face, even. TNC's carrier. Wait, no. TNC's carrier is this one. Okay. This does not contain the digit 8. Right. TNC is purple, right? I have to double check again. This puzzle is popular. Yeah, it's fascinating, actually. I feel like I would have guessed that it would be the easier puzzles that would be more popular. But I mean, the most popular solve we've ever uploaded on the channel was Naplu Ultra. And certainly people seem excited by this. So, you know, if people are just in this to see me suffer through hard things, that's cool. I'm happy to do it. Okay. So there's no 8 on this. But also, Garion says there's no 6 on this. I just want to double check that TNC's carrier does... I mean, maybe I'll release this as a puzzle of the month. Who knows? Okay, I'm looking for the doesn't contain the digit 6. Because of this line, right. Remember that KNT sunk everything except the destroyer. And so that means there's no 6s anywhere, except possibly on the destroyer. And there is a 6 on the destroyer. Oh, wow. Russ donates $2.22 for the 2 new members. Thank you, Russ. Donation dance. Thank you, thank you. And Dog has become a fan. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Dog. New member dance. Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you. Thank you to everyone for today. Thank you very much. So we have a lot of cool things that come out of this. This point is very important. So TNC's fleet, I believe, if I look back, contains every digit except 5. No, it's not. No. TNC's fleet contains every digit except for 3 and 5. So there is a 6 in TNC's fleet, but KNT never hit any 6s. But KNT sunk every ship except for this one. So this line is a 1-6 pair. We do have the ships, and we have a 1-6 pair. Okay. This line, therefore, we were told TNC's carrier does not contain an 8. It doesn't contain a 6. So it can only contain 2 high digits. And so those 2 high digits have to be there, and they have to be 7 and 9. As Garion points out. This is very well spotted by Garion. This has to be a low digit that can be next to a 7, but it can't be a 1. So this has to be a 2. And so we can do a little special 2 dance, because this 3 was kind of cheating. This 2 feels like a real digit. And so we'll bring in Zach for the 2 dance, which I'll warn you has been described as intense in the past. Well, I know it's going to look up, but I have to do the dance. Or I have to let Zach do the dance. Woo! Real digit dance. And more. because now the 7-9 pair makes that an 8, which makes that a 9. This can't be a 4 anymore. These digits are low. They could be... they can't be... Wait, which one is it that doesn't have 3 or 8? Yeah, TNC is the one with no 3 in it, right? Is that correct? No, KNT is missing 3 and 5. But TNC has every digit. No. No, I have this backwards. I wrote this in my file backwards, right? 2 digits were missing entirely from TotallyNormalCat's fleet. So TotallyNormalCat is missing 3 and 5. Yeah, I wrote this down wrong back when I was doing this, and I screwed this up. So TotallyNormalCat doesn't have a 3 in their fleet at all, but KNT is only missing 5. So these digits have to be low, but they can't be 3. And they can't be 2, so they must be 1 and 4. Okay. Good. Okay, so we're slowly reading through this, but this has been far more useful than the previous one because we made it here and we've already filled in stuff from it. Okay, the sum of the digits on TNC's cruiser was larger than the sum of the digits on TNC's submarine. Okay, which is the cruiser and which is the submarine? This is the cruiser. This is the submarine. The region containing the ship whose digits summed to 13 had at least 2 cells in column C. Column C. Okay. The 2 in row 5 belongs to the region that has KNT's carrier. Oh, I should have read that one way sooner. Okay, so... so this cell is not a 2, or an 8, or a 9. Or a 3. I guess I should just write in the pencil mark in the candidates for this. So it's not 9, 3, or 8. It's not 2 by that clue. Wait, did it say in row 5? Oh, no, in row 5. Darn it. Okay, sorry. Never mind. All of that is nonsense. Chameleon has become a fan. Thank you, Chameleon. New fan dance. Thank you, Chameleon. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. This is all much appreciated. I clearly need to get one of those fans for Zach to do a fan dance with when we get new fans. I'll put it on the think about list. So many penguins in the chat. It's delightful. Yes, it is in row 5. Okay, so, sorry, the 2 in row 5 is part of this region, right? Let me reread this. The 2 in row 5 belongs to the region that has KNT's character. Sorry, KNT's carrier. KNT is orange. I'm going to quadruple check. KNT is orange. So first of all, the 2 belongs to this region. So this can't be a 2 if I actually read what the clue says. And that's a 4. And the 2 is in one of these 3 cells, because in order to get to the 2 in row 5 being in green, I'm going to have to go straight down. It's the only way I'm going to do it, because I only get 9 cells. So I'm going to put a 2 in one of these 3 cells. I'm going to corner mark those with a 2, 2, 2, 2, like that. And then we'll keep in mind what exactly is happening. Russ donates $2.22 for Dog and Yora. Donation dance. Thank you, Russ. Boop 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 Boop, 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 boo. Thank you, Russ. Zach also thanks you. Thank you very much. This is awesome. I appreciate you all. Oh, I should mention, by the way, we're starting to slowly make the transition to the new schedule. So I'm going to start 2 hours later on Wednesday. So if you're used to my normal Wednesday starting time, it's 2 hours after that. It's 2 Central Time is the time I'm going to start. But if you go on YouTube, you can see it's already scheduled, so you can see it in your own time. But bonus, there's also there's also now going to be streams on Friday. So I'm going to stream less on Wednesdays, but I'm going to add a whole stream on Friday. So I'm going to be streaming about the same amount, but it's going to be 3 days instead of 2, and I won't stream for 8 hours on Wednesdays. So that's basically the change. And I think most people seem to prefer that sort of juicy middle chunk of hours anyway. So that is my new sort of streaming schedule. And I'm going to stream sometime on Saturday or Sunday. I'll figure that out exactly. I'll let you know as that gets nailed down. I intend to start streaming that same time on this Friday, but I need to find out exactly when I have a meeting, because I'm sort of in that in-between time where I'm a professor and classes haven't started yet, so I have some meetings scheduled at random. So this Friday stream might be not quite the permanent schedule, but we'll get there. I'll keep you updated. But anyway, just so you know, when I don't start streaming at the normal time on Wednesday, I'm just sort of shifting over to the new schedule. Mega Lamb would be a great superhero. I can picture that. I can picture that costume. What was I doing? I was reading notes. Pub quiz day. That's cool. The cell A8 belonged to a region that contained a KNT ship. Oh, by the way, we are specifically told, and so I'm going to do it, that I'm supposed to bold border the outside of the regions on the outside of the grid. So I'm going to do that just so that I feel productive. So the cell A8, that's this cell, belongs to a region that contains a KNT ship. So it's certainly not that KNT ship. KNT is orange. There's no way that A8 somehow belongs to this region. So A8 has to belong to the region that has this ship in it. But I can't do the usual trick in chaos construction of saying, well, this is... So I guess I can color it. I can say, and this is funny, I can say that this is orange because it's part of the region, but I'm not saying it's orange because it's controlled by KNT. I'm saying it's orange because it's in the same region as this submarine. And it specifically said it's a region, so I can color it. But the thing I wanted to note is, in most chaos constructions, I would just immediately fill in that this cell is also part of the orange region. But I cannot, because there are cells in this grid that are not parts of regions. So it's either part of the orange region, or it's part of nothing. Those are the two possibilities from that clue. The cell AA... Okay, sorry, I already did that one. It is possible to divide the region... Sorry, did not mean to scroll there. It's possible to divide the region that contained the ship whose digits summed to 20 into a T-shaped tetromino and a T-shaped pentomino. The region that contained the digits the ship whose digits summed to 20. Okay. I should probably be keeping track of the fact that I actually know the sum of lots of these. Will it let me corner mark this cell? It will. Okay. I'm going to corner mark this with its sum. That sum is 7. This sum is 13, 16, 24, 25. Will this let me corner mark a 25? Okay, why won't it let me... Why did it let me... Oh, it's because this has a digit in it. Oh, I probably have to go in number mode for that, don't I? Corner 25. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna put it in number corner mode, and we're gonna put it in green just so that we don't accidentally think that it has anything to do with anything other than the thing it has to do with. Okay, so now this one sums to 5, 7 plus 16. 7 plus 16. 7 plus 16 is 23. So 23 is the sum of this ship. I'm recording, by the way, just to remind you, in case somehow, some way, this is not completely tracking for you. I can hardly imagine how that could be the case. If somehow this is not completely tracking for you, we know that every ship's total sum is different. And now we're referring to the ship that sums to this and the ship that sums to that. So I'm just, every time I know what a ship sums to, I'm going to try to write it in. Okay. Niverio says as a hint, I should try and use these better in order. I'm going to read to the end just to check, and then I'm going to go back to the start. Okay, should I ask myself what the longest can a length 4 German whisper sum to 20? Is that the question I'm supposed to ask myself? Could be like 1, 2, 8, 9. Yeah, 1, 2, 8, 9 would work. So it could be a length 4 one. And I have to remember always that purple cells do not contain the digit 3. And by purple cells, I mean cells that are purple over here. I did the same thing over here that Garian rightly complained about before. I'm going to fix that before I proceed. Make that blue instead, since it corresponds to that over there. So yeah, so as I was saying, there's no 3s in purple. That's something we learned before. So now, what could actually be on this is TotallyNormalCat's question. So it can't have a 9. So the high digits can only be 8, 7, or 6. Oh, right. This 6 was the only 6 in purple. We know that too. So actually, the high digits on this are a 7 and an 8. And so I can sort of corner mark that in. The high digits are a 7 and an 8. The 7 has to be at an end because... wait, no, sorry. Back up. The high digits are a 7 and an 8. And so the internal digit, the low digits here can't be a 4. The low digits are 1, 2... Sorry, the low digits are 1 or 2. Yeah, so the... Okay, so this digit's high is the point, because the only low digits I can put in here are 1 and 2, and this cell C is both a 1 and a 2. So this is a 7 or an 8, and as we'll see in a second, it's going to be the 7, but I'm just going to write 7 or... Sorry, it's going to be the 7, but I just want to fill that in. Wait, I don't actually know if it's going to be the 7. Sorry, I retract my claim. This is now low, so it's a 1, because the 2 in the row, remember, is above there. So this is a 1. Sorry, not that. That is a 1. This is also a 7 or an 8. And so this is a 2. And so... sorry, somehow I was thinking there had to be a 3 in here. It's the opposite. There can't be a 3 in here. And so this cell is a 3. This is the 3. Because this cell can't be 7, 8, or 9. So it's and it can't be 6 because of German Whispers reasons. Just in case you haven't seen this before. If this was a 6, I would need to put a 1 on both sides. So that doesn't work. So this digit is low, But it can't be a 4 either, because if it was a 4, it would have to be a 9 on both sides. So this digit is, in fact, exactly a 3. This, just to go back to, I know the sum of this ship now. This ship now sums to 18. I will record for posterity. And so these digits are an 8-9 pair. So this is the ship that sums to 20. This is the ship that sums to 20. So there was some clue about the ship that sums to 20 and something about it. This is that ship. So let's look back at that business. So, it was possible to divide the region that contained the ship whose digits sum to 20 into a T-shaped tetramino and a T-shaped pentamino. So I guess one possibility is that this is the T-shaped pentamino and this is the T-shaped tetramino. Are there any other possibilities? Oh yeah, I could do this is the tetram. No, I can't do that's the tetramino and this is the pentamino. That's not going to work. So I don't think I can get over here. Because if I wanted to get over here, yeah, I guess the point is, what's this part of? Could this be part of a T-shaped? Yeah, this could be part of a T-shaped tetramino. Yeah, I guess this is a possibility. There's a couple possibilities here. But I think basically all of them involve orange hanging out over here for a while. But I don't think we can completely force it yet. I'm looking at Sudoku just in case that's somehow relevant. But I don't think it is. So we're gonna ignore that for now. The region that contained TNC's carrier has at least 2 cells in row 3. TNC is purple. TNC is purple. I really can't express emphatically enough how much I wish you had called the players orange and purple rather than giving them confusing 3-letter acronym names. And how much I wish you had never muddied the waters by also referring to them as other things, like the first player and the other. I don't think at any point that added anything other than me having to constantly like check back. And it's not like the logic puzzle deduction that, oh, KNT was the one who went first. It's not like that was a good deduction or an exciting deduction. It was just like, basically it was in there sort of with the other things. And it only added me constantly flipping back to look at this Rosetta Stone to tell me which of these things was which. So I think that part could have been done without. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm enjoying this. I think this is cool. I think overall it's a positive. I think I would have done. I think there's a lot that could have been done better with page 2, to make page 2 fun. We'll say, like I think there's a lot of very cool deductions in page 2, but I think there's also a lot of unnecessary obfuscation. Anyway, we're looking at this. So, oh, sorry. At least 2 cells in row 2. Okay, so where is KNT's carrier? This is KNT's carrier. Okay, this has at least 2 cells in row 2, is what this says, right? At least 2 cells. Sorry, row 3. At least 2 cells in row 3. Okay, well, that's not super. I guess it tells me I always contain this cell, right? There's no way I get. No, it's at least 2, right? At least 2. Okay, yeah. This is not quite. This is not quite there. Okay. Sorry, I've lost track of where I am. the cell F1 did contain a digit. Let's see. An empty cell in column B saw 2 other empty cells by knight's move? We're doing knight's move now? Okay. Maybe I should go back and start reading at the beginning. Not gonna do the digit. Okay, we've used all of the first 4 at least. The sum of the digits on TNC's cruiser was larger than the submarine. Do I know that now? Okay, no, I don't yet know exactly what's going on here, but I probably could figure out that the cruiser is more than the submarine. Is that right? Yes, the cruiser is larger than the submarine. So that probably tells me how the high and low digits are distributed. Niverio gives me a very useful hint, which is that I know exactly what these digits are, because TNC's ships have neither 3 nor 5 nor 6. So I should just write these down as a sextuple and then figure it out. 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9 are the digits. So one of these is 4 and 9 and something with a 4 going on the outside, because I can't put a 4 on the inside. This one's not a 1, but the submarine has the larger sum. No, the cruiser has the larger sum. So this is the larger sum. Okay. So this is the larger sum. Okay, so if I put the 7 in the middle, that won't be good. Because then I'd have to put the 1 and the 2 on the outside, and this will sum to 10, and 10 is not going to be bigger than the others. Because in fact, actually, if I sum 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9 sums to 31. And so I need to make sure this sums to at least 16. And so if this is going to sum to at least 16, I can't do that if I put a high digit in the middle. So I have to put a low digit in the middle. Even if I put a 9 in the middle and a 2 and a 4 on the outside, I don't get to 16. So these are not 1, 2, or 4. These are from 7, 8, 9. Okay, and so then this has to have a high in the middle because I only get 3 highs between these 2 ships. And so this has to have a high in the middle. It's the last high. And then these over here are low. One of them is definitely a 4. Yeah, and one of them is definitely a 4, so this has to be the 9, as Carl points out, because one of these is a 4 and only 9 is far enough away. So this is a 9 by sudoku. So these aren't 9. These need to sum... Okay, so now these need to sum to at least 16, and these will only sum to at least 16 if this is a 2. So this is a 2. I'm sorry, Garian. I filled in that this was a 2 before I filled this in. But in order to sum to at least 16, and in fact they sum to... Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's not true. Sorry, I think I said something that was wrong. No, 781 is 16, sorry. I was super happy with that deduction, but it is wrong. This is always going to sum to more than that. It doesn't matter how these get dispossessed. Okay. I'm trying to see if this being a 1 or a 2 does anything to this, but I don't think so. Should probably just record candidates for this cell. So this cell is in KNT's fleet, so it could be any digit, except 5, of course, but it's not 1, 3, 4. So if it's low, it's a 2 exactly. Otherwise, it's a 6 or a 7. Interesting. Okay, this would sum to, okay. So this sums to, okay, I should keep track of the sums. This is going to sum to 14 or 15, and this is going to sum to 16 or 17. None of those are in danger of repeating yet. The 8-9 pair here, Isabella points out, looks at this, so that makes this a 7 and an 8. Let's see. Okay, so I don't think I can wring more out of this just yet. In fact, actually, I think this clue is now dead. I want to remember what the red information is. Okay, so that one I'm good on. This one I'm good on. So I need to remember that I do need to put a 6 in KNT's digits. So somewhere on one of these KNT things there is a 6. But I don't think that's yet that restrictive. But it could become restrictive. I need to remember that I need to do it. Okay. That was all for that. F5 looks at D5. Okay, yes, this is going to sort this out. Great spot by Carl. So that's a 7 and a 9, which sorts out the 4 and the 1. And I need to re-put the sum. What was the sum? The sum was 23. Okay, so I can fill in a 1, but then I need to go back here and fill in the 23 again. And the 1 now, okay, now the 1 looks right. So now, now this is a 2 and this is a 1. And so now this sums to 15 and this sums to 16. Do I have any clues about the things that sum to 15 or 16? No. No. Okay. Oops, sorry. Summed to 13. Okay, there's a ship which sums to 13. And it has at least 2 cells in column C. Wait. So does that mean this ship has to sum to 13? Is that what we're saying? Because these are the only 2 ships left. Oh, well. Okay. There's no way this is getting over here to have 2 cells, right? 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's no way this is getting over here. So yellow could get over there. I don't think orange could get over there either, could it? Because orange would have to, like, meander over here. Or up there, neither of which are plausible. So yeah, this has to sum to 13, and it has to get over to column C. That's what we're saying. So 13 is the magic number. And so what German Whisperers numbers are 13? 4 and 9 would work. Yeah, 4 and 9 is the only way it works. Oops. Because the lowest digit I can put in a 13 sum is 4. And, well, I have to put a 4 there, then, in order to make this work. And this is going to have to get all the way over to here, to column C. It's not coming from below. So I think that tells me green takes this cell. Because if green takes this cell, how is yellow getting over there? Only in ways which take infinity cells. And if green takes this cell, it's even worse. So, in fact, green takes these cells. And this digit's a 2, and we're about to get a region dance, I believe. This digit is a 2. we can edge in this region. And we get to go ba-ba-da-ba-da, region dance, ba-ba-da-ba-da, region dance, ba-ba-da-ba-da, region dance, ba-da-ba-ba-da, region dance. Woohoo! Ha-ha! Region! Woo! Excellent, excellent. And now I get a triple. Triple dance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so these are 5, 6, and 7. And so what is this digit, I guess? It is not 4, 5, 6, 7, or 2. So this is 1 or 3. Not 4, 5, 6, 7. So then 8, but it's not 8 or 9. So we have this over here. Oh, there's a 3 in the region already. And a 9, actually. And a 9. Well spotted. Yeah, so this cell is 1, 3, or 9, except it's in this region, remember? That I had completely forgotten, but it's true. And this region already contains a 3 and a 9, so this is a 1. Very good spot to those of you in chat who instantly recalled that, by the way. My recall on that was not so good. Now, I have not yet put a 6 on an orange ship. Right? I have not yet put a 6 on an orange ship. But KNT's fleet contains everything except 5. And so I can't put a 6 here thanks to this 1. So actually, one of these two digits is a 6. Because it's the only place in orange that can be a 6. So one of these two is a 6, and that makes one of these two a 1. So one of those two is a 6. And one of these two is the 1. I enjoy how Ranks is lamenting that he, quote, already lost the bet 2.5 hours into the puzzle. I mean, granted, I think we're probably still at least an hour away from being done, but still, it lasted a good long while. Column, does column 1 need a 3? Now I have to think about how this works. Okay, so I have to put the number, column 1 does need a 3, right? So because I need to put 10 copies of the digits 1 through 9 into the grid, and I can't repeat a digit in a row or a column, that does mean that every row and column contains the digits 1 through 9 and one blank cell. Okay, so Jim Baker's comment is I need to put a 3 in this column somewhere, and it can't be in orange, so it can't be there. So the 3 in this column needs to be in one of these two places. There are 10 blank cells that don't see each other. I believe that is correct. And some of them don't see each other by Knight's Move, or some of them do see each other by Knight's Move. We get to be there at some point. So one of these two is a 3. Other 8, 9 in column 1. The other 8, 9 in column 1. Very smart. Okay. So that is a beautiful point from Martin that's going to get us our first empty cell. Because I need to also put this 8, 9 into column 1. It can only go up here, meaning that these are a 3, 8, 9 pair. Meaning that this cell has to be the blank cell. So this cell is officially blank. Because it is the only cell in column 1 that can be blank. So it is blank. So now that means that this cell has to have a digit in it, because, as Ranks points out, cells that see blank cells can't be blank. Garion, because these are in the same region. And so I can't fit another region around. I can't wrap orange around a region, Gary, and that's the point, is that I know from one of the obscure clues that these are the same region. And so this cell was, by that whole like chaos construction bordery logic trick, was always either orange or empty. And so it could not contain the 3 or the other 8, 9. So now this cell now has to be orange, because if it's not orange, it's a different region, and then I have to fit that entire region within orange. So now we get to start doing some of our official logic of chaos constructions, because now this is orange. Also, good spot from I think it was Carl was pointing out that this needs a border and that needs a... Oh, I don't know if that needs a border, sorry. There might be a border between these two. But this is not orange, I know. And so this orange now has to get out. It has to go here. But this is not orange because the digits here are not in orange. Oh, right. And orange needed to consist of 2 T's. That's right. Eric with the sweet remembering something. So this can't be one of the T's. So I think this has to be the tetramino. And so I think if this is the tetramino, how do I make this into a T? This has to be the tip of a T that looks like that. So I think orange is now forced to look like this. Someone in chat, if you see another way that I can make this out of 1 T tetramino and 1 T pentamino, let me know, but I think it was forced to look like this. What can these digits be? These digits cannot be 1 or 2 or 3. They can be 4. They can be 5. They can be 6. They can't be 7, 8, or 9. Okay, and this one's not a 4. Tallcat would like a second region dance. Second region dance. Okay, now blue needs to take these cells, because if these 2 cells are not blue, then what's going to happen? If these cells aren't blue, I need to fit a whole region down here in these 3 cells. That's not going to work. So these are blue, which is going to tell us how the 8 and 9 work, because blue already has an 8. So these can't be 8. These are 3, 9, which is then going to sudoku up to make this an 8 and that a 9. Like that. So that is fantastic. I'm also told one of these rows has a 9. Ranks informs me. Yes, so this 9 looks at that 3 and 9. So that is cool. Okay, so blue has... what digits is blue missing? Blue, I guess, is missing a 5. It's missing a 4. And it's missing a 6. I guess that's a few too many digits to work out. I'm noticing that this cell can't be 4 or 6, but it could be 5. Also, I know these aren't 2. I can at least do that. Okay. Let's see. Ranks believes that the 4, 5, 6 that is in this column is going to have to be blue. Yeah, we have to go back and we have to sort of flip back and forth when you're like, okay, do I think I've wrung everything out of this? I need to go back and read again because now there's more stuff. Okay, so we use that one. The 2 in row 5 that one we used. The cell in A8 we used. It's possible to divide the region. Okay, that we used. The region that contains TNC's carrier has at least 2 cells in row 3. Okay, let's look at that. Okay, so TNC's carrier is here. This needs at least 2 cells in row 3. That does not seem difficult as things currently stand. Is there some reason why that is interesting? I am told it's supposed to be interesting. Okay, so what digits are left? Maybe that's the point. So I need to put digits into row 3 that are not in red yet. But I want to think about the Knight's Move one, because that seems more useful, although that's not the right order. Cell F1 did contain... Sorry, F1 did contain a digit. Okay, this is in A region. I don't know what region yet. Oh, yes, I think I do, actually. No, maybe I don't. An empty cell in column B saw 2 other empty cells by Knight's Move. So, is it possible that this cell sees 2 other empty cells by Knight's Move? I guess they would have to be those 2. What about this one? Yeah, this one can't see 2 other empty cells by Knight's Move, because the only cells this sees by Knight's Move are that one. So this one, yeah, this one doesn't work. Oh, it sees one already. Oh, damn it. That is the worst. Niverio! Okay, so if this... Okay, so let's workshop this case. Because this case seems awfully restrictive. This does not seem good, because now we have to fill all of these things. So what if all of these... I think this might be a look ahead on what if all of these cells are blank. Because if all of these cells are blank, I still need to fill all of this. And so this would need to be blue. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be 7 cells for blue. Blue would have 2 more. So blue could go up here, or blue could come over here. Yeah, blue can take these 2. Red can sort of come up to row 3, because red, remember, needs to take 2 cells in row 3. Oh, yellow has at least 2 cells in column C. That's the one I was forgetting about. Where was that? Yes. Yellow has at least 2 cells in column C. So I kind of feel like but I could still do it. I could still have yellow sort of sneak in like this, even with this arrangement. Yeah, I don't love it. Let's see. Okay, are there more things I can do with other things here? I do think C3 is always yellow. I was hoping I could avoid proving it. Like, it seems like it's going to be the kind of gritty deduction that I think Niverio would not like. But I do agree, I think if this isn't yellow, I don't think there's any universe where yellow gets to... I guess it's not that bad. If this isn't yellow, yellow can't get here at all. Yeah, I guess it's not too bad. Yeah, I believe it. I was thinking it was going to be worse than that. It's not actually that bad. see. Carl thinks column 4 or column 5 has to be the empty cell. Yeah, so I was thinking about that before, KNT. Sorry that you lost your game of Battleship. This cell we know has a color, and that color has to be yellow if you remember the clue that Carl remembered. So I was before thinking, oh, but it could be brown. But it can't be because that would cut yellow off, and yellow would have too far to go. So this cell does have to be yellow. And so KNT's point, which is the thing I saw before, is that it can't be blue, because if blue did this, now row 1 doesn't have an empty cell and it needs one. So this cell is always yellow, for whatever that's worth. Maybe I'm starting to squeeze how many digits I get in yellow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, not quite. D2 has to be yellow also, says TallCat. This is not yellow. I don't see why yellow can't sort of like wriggle around that cell. Why does this cell need to be thing? Yellow could go up or down here. Blocks red. What do I know about red? I don't know anything about red. What am I supposed to remember? What am I supposed to remember about red? I am supposed to remember red has 2 cells in row 3. This was referred to as the region with TotallyNormalCat's cruiser. I can't find this clue at all. I thought I remembered there being one about... There we go. It's this one. The region that contained TNC's carrier has at least 2 cells in row 3. So yeah, so this has at least 2 cells up here. And so... so the point is, if this cell is yellow... Now... Wait. No, the claim was if this wasn't yellow. What was the claim? I've completely lost track of what chat was claiming. Chat was claiming something about this being yellow or not being yellow, or this being yellow or not being yellow, or something. D2 has to be yellow. If it's not yellow, then this has to be yellow, and then red can't go up like that because why? E3 is always red. But yellow has plenty of space to connect, right? If E2 is empty... If E2 is empty... Oh, okay. So the point is, okay, so this is a long look ahead that chat is wanting me to do. So chat is saying, if this cell is not yellow, then yellow has to do this, and now red can't get to row 3. That is gross. But I agree. If this is not yellow, yellow blocks off red, which is okay. So this has to be yellow. Okay. But Niverio wants to do it the other way. Niverio wants to think about E3 instead and say E3 has to be red. That's a much easier deduction. So if I unwind this having to be red is a lot easier actually. And so I like that one. I like that one more. But then once you know that this is red, then the fact that that's yellow is kind of a freebie. And so now yellow has to connect through this new portal in order to get over to here. So we get an edge here between these two. Let's see. F3 is red 2. Why can't D3 be the cell that's red? Now, how many cells am I up to? I'm up to 8 once yellow connects. So yellow still has a free cell to give. I do need to look at where my unconnected cells are going. This cell can't be empty. Because if this cell was empty, I couldn't fill these cells because I only have one yellow to give. And so this cell can't be empty, and so it can only be blue. Oh no, maybe it could be pink actually. I think it might be able to be pink, unfortunately. No, I think, Niverio, I think the way you said it, I think seeing this was red, I think that was straightforward. I think the way chat was seeing it, that some of chat is claiming was the same deduction, I think that was too look-aheady for me. But the version that this is red first, that's very easy to see. And then once you see that, then you see the rest of it. I think that's all. I think that's all in the up and up. I don't think I've had any deductions in this puzzle where I've thought the logic was gross. I think all of my deductions I've complained about in this have been keep track of the word salad between the 85 different ways of referring to the same thing. I think that those are all of my, and some formatting stuff and wording stuff, but I have not found any of the deductions so far to be brutal in any way. Okay. Row 1 has 3 regions. Row 1 contains 3 distinct Is that in the rules? Am I missing? Row 1 contained 3 distinct regions. Okay, got it. So, then I go back to my point. This cell has to be blue. Because, as Isabella pointed out, I didn't realize at first Isabella was quoting the rule set, but Isabella's quoting the rule set. Row 1 only contains 3 regions, so pink can't get here. And if this is empty, it breaks. So this cell has to be blue. And so now one of these two is empty. I don't know that I know which one immediately. Oh yeah, I did prove it can't be yellow, because yellow only has one cell to give. Okay. Ranks wants me to count cells in columns B and C, which sounds like a deduction I'm going to complain about, but let's try and do it. Blue is trapped in B and C, along with 2 yellow and 2 blanks. So yellow doesn't take more than 2 cells in C. Okay, so we're counting these columns. And so blue can't get out of those columns. So blue is going to take a total of 4... it's going to take a total of 7 cells in these 2 columns. So blue is going to take 7. Green takes 2, that's 9. Orange takes 7, that's 16. And yellow takes at least 2, that's 18. So yellow takes exactly 2 cells in this column, and red doesn't come into this column. Okay, I like that. Well, I don't like it as a style of deduction in these puzzles, but I like it as in the... I respect the logic, and I believe it. So we've got that. So red doesn't go that way. I don't know that that immediately helps me. Is this the naked single? Uh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not the cell that is a naked single. It does not do anything. C6. Oh, sorry. Every time I see C6, I think column 6 and not C6. Yeah, anytime that your chaos construction involves me thinking about the law of leftovers, I'm out. That is the exact opposite of fun for me. So I'm being told this is a naked single. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be a 5. It's not a 6. It looks like it could be a 7 or an 8. Oh, no, because it's blue. If this is anything, it's blue. So this is either blue or nothing. And so if it's blue, it's a 5, I think. And if it's nothing, it's nothing. I think that's how that works. So TallCat, somewhat surprisingly, wants me to pencil mark all of yellow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is not 1, 3, 8, 2, 7. So it is only 5 or 6. This is not 2, 7, 8, or 1. This is 3, 5, or 6. This is not 8, 1, 7, 2. So it's 3, 5, or 6. And so as promised, I get a triple. So these are not 3, 5, or 6 because of the triple. This one's not 1. This one's not 2. I actually know there's a 7 over here, don't I? I know there's a 7 over here because I need to put a 7 in orange and I can't put it there. So this isn't actually a 7. It is a 1 or an 8. C6. Why does C6 need a value? How do I know? I'm missing some piece of how people know that C6 isn't empty. Is it just a statement in this list of rules that C6 is not empty? Anti-knight on B. B, that's right. B's empty. C's 2 by anti-knight. And so it's one of these two. And so if it's this one, so I just have to do cases is all that this is doing. If it's this one, this is the empty cell. If it's this one, these two are the empty cell. And we've done both of those. We've done both of those cases already. So I will agree with Niverio, the anti-knight clue is not very good. But this cell, therefore, is in neither case. Neither if this is the anti-knight cell, nor if this is the anti-knight cell. In neither case is this cell empty. So this cell has to be something, and the only thing it can be is blue. And then once I've marked that it's blue, I know what digit it is, because it doesn't have many options. So it's not, again, 1, 2, it's not 3, it's not 4, it could be 5, but it's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So it is 5. So this digit is a 5. That means one of these two is a 5. Just to keep track of that. Does that mean that D3, sorry, can't be yellow because it can't be 1, 2, 7, or 8? Yeah, this is the deduction that Niverio emailed me about to ask if this was an appropriate deduction to put in a puzzle. Because yellow needs 1, 2, 7, and 8, and this cell can't be 1, 2, 7, or 8, so it can't be yellow. The anti-knight thing is the statement that the empty cell in column B sees 2 empty cells by anti-knight. Okay, so yellow connects. Yeah, that's in the sort of like, that's in the sort of tricky zone of like the, I would not put it in a puzzle if my goal was to not put any unfair deductions in a puzzle. But it's cool when it happens. I've certainly done it in puzzles before. Okay, so yellow can't take more down here or over here. So yellow I know is done over in these zones. Oh, was TotallyNormalCat talking about the anti-knight one and not about the what's left in yellow? So the reason why I think it is, if you want to make deductions specifically about what digits are left, I think you really have to either telegraph that or have almost all of them. And so the only way you got the deduction that this was 1, 2, 7, or 8 was by finding this ugly triple in the thing. And so you find the ugly triple, and then you think, okay, so I'm going to pencil mark the rest of this and then check random cells that this might be. I think that's a little messier than I would like as far as extra digits go in regions. I think you need to clearly know that you know almost all of the digits in a region before I think you want people to be randomly checking, because otherwise people are going to be randomly checking, and you don't really want that. Okay, so we have this. Ranks asks a good question, which is where are 1 and 8 in column 3? Because I know that in column 3, the only regions that appear are green and blue and orange and yellow. Nothing else can get there. And blue and orange and green already have a 1 and an 8. So this is a 1 and an 8. Or sorry, this is a 1 or an 8. That's a 1-8 pair. That's not an 8. How is this cell marked? Oh, this cell's marked 2 or 7 because the other yellow cell is a 2 or a 7. So this cell's not yellow. See, this is a point where I'm totally happy with it. I know yellow up to 2 digits. So I think asking where yellow goes now is totally fair. Like, this cell can't be a 2 or a 7. And by fair, what I really mean is, like, I find that kind of thing fun to look for rather than when it's sort of like, if it's tedious to look for it, then even when I find it, I'm not happy. If this cell is yellow, it would have to be a 7. Yeah, there's a few over here. I guess if any of these cells are the yellow, they have to be 7. Okay. So yeah, we've got sort of we've still got our cases, I think, very much alive here, actually, for what of these which of these ways this sort of anti-knight thing is going. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, these are not, but I know these aren't 1 or 8. Oh yeah, I should go back to reading the. I should go back to reading the rules. I have a hard time remembering. Anytime I don't see something, I should read the rules, because there will be more rules. There's always more rules. Okay, so cell F1 did contain a digit. I think I did that one, right? F1, yeah, we did that one. An empty cell, okay, that's that one. There we go. Row 1 contained 3 distinct regions. We used that one. The cells did not have any ships in the 3x3 area centered around them, summed to 9. Sorry, this. Okay, so this is the one that was clarified here. So the point about the cells that saw no ships in the 3x3 area centered at the cell summed to 9 does not include the cells at the edge of the grid or corners. Only cells that can have a 3x3 drawn around them are valid. Okay, so cells that did not have any ships. Okay, so that's that cell. That cell. It's just those two, right? I think it's just those two. So these two cells sum to 9. So it's that cell and that cell. So in particular, this cell can't be empty because this cell can't be 9. So this cell is a non-empty cell, and the digit it contains is either a 3 or a 4. Oops. No, sorry. This cell is a 3 or a 4. These two add to 9. What is that doing? Is there some shenanigans going on that I am missing? I'm trying to look at like a cell that sees this pair or something. I don't see what this is doing immediately. I can think about the sum of these. Should I think about the sum of this? What can the sum of this be? Is it restricted? Oh, I didn't ever write the sum over here. Oh, I guess I did, but then it went away. But I should rewrite it in. It's 20. So I should probably think about the sum of this whisper line and make sure it's not a repeat of any of the others. I guess it's not really that much of a risk of being a repeat, is it? I don't think it's that much of a risk of being a repeat, actually. So let's look at all the digits on KNT ship. So we knew that there had to be a 6 on a KNT ship, and 6 on the KNT ship is over here. Okay, so let's just count digits on KNT ships. We've got a 1 on a KNT ship. We need a 2 on a KNT ship. We don't have one yet. It's going to have to be either there or more likely there. There's a 3 and a 4. There's no 5, of course. There's the 6 is up here. We need a 7. And then we've got an 8 and a 9. Okay, so 2, 6, and 7 all have to appear among these cells. Is there a reason I could not put all of them up here? So I could do 6 and 7 in those two, and then 1 and 2. 6 plus 7 plus 1 plus 2 is 16. Is the point that I already have a 16? I do already have a 16. So I can't put all of 2, 6, and 7 up here. One of 2, 6, and 7 has to be down here. And it's not the 6. So 2 or 7 has to be down here. I don't think that's the intended deduction, but there it is. One of these is 2 or 7. Let's see. Why can't the 7 be up here? Right, because, wait. Yes, right, because 7 only goes with 1 and 2. Right, so this is, right. If this has the 7 at all, it has the 6 and the 7 and the 1 and the 2. Those are the only things it could have. That's the point. Okay. So, yeah, so if the 7 is at all in here, because I already know the 6 is there, it's exactly 6, 7, 1, 2. That breaks the sum of 16. Don't like it, but I'll use it. So the 7 has to be on the outside. Because if the 7's on the inside, I need 1 and 2. I can't have it. So one of these is a 7 with a 2 in the middle. Because there can't be a 1. So there's a 2 there. So that's not a 7. So one of those 2 is a 7. Okay. These are from 7, 8, 9, I guess. Oops. So these are from 7, 8, 9. Center mode, please. Oops. No. Redo. 7, 8, 9. Okay. Center mode. 7, 8, 9. Okay. The 2 and the 7 here make this a 2, 7 pair. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. It's not a 5, so this is a 4 or a 6. So the other digit in here, the blue is a 4. The other digit in this column is a 4 or a 6. Blue needs both a 4 and a 6. 7, 2, 9 is 18, which is already used. It's used over there. Okay, so this can't be 7, 2, 9. It has to be 7, 8, 9. Sorry, no. Can't be 7, 2, 9. It has to be 7, 2, 8. I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, so this has to be 7, 2, 8. Does that do anything for me? Is it like this cell's a naked single now or something? No. Let's see, is there some cell in here that sees every digit and so has to be empty and that resolves everything? 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't see a 5. Figure out all the possibilities for this whisper, and then identify that it's a repeat of a sum you already have. I would not call simple arithmetic. So I can pencil mark them with 0, I suppose. Oh no, sorry. Row 9 is not, row 9. I know the empty cell. The empty cell is here. So these I can pencil mark, just honestly, just for real pencil mark, because these aren't empty. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this one is, that's too many. It's not actually too many, because I only know about 4 digits, for sure. Okay, but this one's hopefully going to see some of those digits. Like, it sees a 4. It sees a 9. So this is another 3, 5, 6 interloper. This one I think could be anything. This one I think could be anything. Okay. I guess I know there's not a 7 on here, because I already showed that. If it had a 6 and a 7, it would sum to the wrong thing. So I think chat is suggesting I try the other possibilities. So what if it had a 6 and an 8? Is that the next thing to do? Is oh, well, I know this isn't a 7, because I know it doesn't have a 7 on it. Let's see. There's a Jovi wing on 3s somewhere. I've not caught the conversation about the Jovi wing on 3s. Okay, so KNT says I should think about the maximum sum here is 20, and the minimum sum is is too small to because we already said it can't be 6712, so it's more than 16. And so we go, okay, so I need to write in the number here. This is 17. Okay. And so the point is, if we look at 16, 17, 15, 13, 18, 20, and I can't get to 21 because I need a 6 and a 9 and a 1. Or sorry, because I need a 6 and a 9 and a 1, and so what would the other digit be if I had 6 and 9 and 1? 6 and 9 and 1 is 16. Yeah, in order to get to 21, I would need a 5 or higher, and I can't do that. Because I've already used my 2 highs. So yeah, so by sort of like careful documentation, I mean, I'm very glad I wrote these totals in here. Is that really intended? That you would do this way? That this needs to sum, the only thing this can sum to is 19? And so then we ask how we get this to sum to 19. And so we have a 6 and a 1, and then the other digits have to be 4 and 9. So this is 6, 1, 4, 9. And this can't be 4 or 9 or 6, so this is the 1. So that's the 6. So that is... Oh, wait, I did it wrong, sorry. 6 and 1 add to 7. Oh, I'm going for 19, sorry. I'm going for 19. So I need 6 and 1 is 7. I need 2 that add to 12. And are at least 5 apart, because the 6 and the 1 are next to each other. So these other two have to be next to each other. And so they can't be 4 and 8. Those are too close together. So they have to be 3 and 9. Right, okay. So it's 6 and 1 and 3 and 9. And this isn't a 2, because it's 6 and 1 and 3 and 9. So this is a 6, this is a 1, this is a 9, and this is a 3. Which I need to put in the number, and then that's going to give me these 2 digits. This is 7. This is 19, was it? 12 and 7. Yeah, this is 19. Okay. I both as a setter really respect the making all of these sum to different numbers. Like, I think that's a very interesting constraint. But I never want to see it again. Okay. But this being a 3 makes this a 4. And then that plus, what cell was it? It was this cell. This cell and that cell. I think it was great exactly once. Let me put it that way. I think it was a cool include, but also, yeah, I don't necessarily need to see it again. That's a 5 because these 2 cells sum to 9. That was given. Okay, so that fixes the 9 and the 4. It makes this a 4-6 pair, which is going to do a lot of damage to this row, because now these can't be 6. These can't be 6. That one can't be 4. This one's not 4 or 6. Alrighty, so we've got, this is a 3-5, to the 3-5-6. Okay, D9 is not a 3 because rules. The cell D9 did not contain the digit 3. Is that really one of the rules? It is one of the rules. Yep. So that is a 5. Okay. Sure. Why not? So these are a 3-9 pair. This 1 looks over and sees the 8 and the 1. And I typed the wrong digit. The 8 and the 1. Okay, and so now I am told this is a naked empty. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. Why can't it be a 6? The 6 and because of this 6, right? I missed some sudoku. So yeah, this was not meant to be as tricky to spot as I made it out to be. So this digit now, now that I have that 3-6 pair in yellow, now this digit is not, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is in this pair, 7, 8, because those are already in blue, or 9. So this is a naked empty. And so that means, because it sees by empty, it sees both of the other empty things by Knight's Move, that these are both empty. By virtue of that whole thing. So these are empty. This red had better connect down, or we have serious, serious problems. Now that we know those are empty. Blue still needs 2 more cells. They have to go here and here. Yes, this is the first puzzle, Crispy. It's also going to be the last puzzle. But I knew that going in. So these are 4 and 6. I don't think I know the order yet. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I know the order yet. Okay, and I don't need to think about Knight's Move ever again. So this digit probably is a 2 or 7. Oh, no, it's not 2 or 7, sorry. Wait, no, it is 2 or 7. Because this digit can't be empty. Oh, it could be 5. I think it's 2, 5, or 7. Oh, and it's not 2. I think this is a 5, 7 pair in this row. Okay, because this can't be empty, because the empty cell for the row is over there. And so just by the row, it's not 1. It's not 2 by the column. It's not 3 or 4. It could be 5. It's not 6. It could be 7. It's not 8 or 9. So yeah, this is a 5, 7 pair in the row. That makes that a 2. So this is a 5 or a 7. If it's yellow, it's a 7. What about this cell? I bet it's also very restricted. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4 or 5, it's not 6. It could be 7, but it's not 8 or 9. So it's a naked single 7. So that makes that a 5 and makes that a 7. Okay. So this cell now is not yellow, because yellow already has a 5. So this is not yellow. So I do need... So this is a... So these 2 cells, by the way, these are a 2 blank pair. Because yellow needs a 2, and that's the only thing that we have left. Oh, yellow already has a 2. What is yellow? Oh, no, yellow needs a 7. Right, yellow needs a 7. Sorry, I misspoke about what digit yellow needs. Yellow needs a 7. So yellow definitely doesn't go up. So now this is the 2 for blue. That cell is empty. Okay, good. That 5 sure wants to be blue, but I don't think I know yet that it is blue for sure. One of these 2 cells is empty, and it's not this one. This cell can't be empty anymore because it's got an empty cell in its row. So this cell is empty because the column needs an empty cell. This cell is not empty, so what is it? It's a 3 or a 6. by the column. Okay. I do appreciate that I've moved on from me looking at the clues at all, and chat is just telling me what clues are relevant when they become relevant. I was gonna give the comment that like it would be cool if you just had like a video game version of this where as the clues became relevant, it told them to you. But I basically have that now. So the quote is, one region contained a battleship, took their 8 from column H. So oh, this could never have been an 8 then, right? If I read that right? Yeah, this could never have been an 8. This has been a 7 for forever if I had read that clue. Because the 8 in column H is coming from a region with a battleship, which is that region, not this region. So this is a 7 and an 8. Even though I think it's no longer relevant, I'm going to put this back because it seems, well, I thought it was super cool how this whole thing ended up being relevant. Like, that is sort of a magnificent feat of setting, that the totals all being different ended up being relevant in that fashion. Okay. Blue needs to take its 8 from this region. So blue currently has 6 cells. Blue needs 3 more cells. And blue needs an 8 in one of them. It's in one of these jajillion cells, I think. I don't think we have any idea, do we? Oh, column H. Column H. Wow, sorry. So somehow my brain was wrong. Okay, so blue now only has 3 more cells, so it's one of those 2, I think, is the blue 8. D10 can't be empty, I'm being told. Ah, right. It can't be empty because it's already got an empty in its column. And so this is a 3 or 6 for the column, but it's not a 3 by the row. So this is a 6. And that's a 3 and a 6 and a 3. This isn't a 3 anymore. That was cool. Let's see, 7 is placed in row 3, I am being told. One of these is a 7. It's not that one or that one, so this is a 7. Excellent. Where is 3 in red? It's not there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, red gets 2 more cells. Is there a reason its 3 couldn't go in lots of places? Yellow's last digit needs to be a 7, so that is the yellow 7. Okay, now that's going to tell me something, I think. Jim has donated $3.37 for perseverance. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Donation dance. I thank you, and Zach thanks you. Thank you, Jim. This 7's yellow, and it's the last yellow, if I draw it in the right place. So now this 3 is either the red 3, which I think is what chat wants it to be. Oh, red needs 2 cells in row 3. I hazily recall that. Yeah, I there's definitely incentives being created here. I think quite deliberately. So maybe I should finally ask Glipperol permission to do Glipperol's puzzles that I have deliberately avoided for all of this time. So yeah, red needed 2 cells in row 3. That was just a clue. So that had to be the red 3. So this cell is a 5, 6, or 8, I want to say, because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 5, 6, or 8. Yep, 5, 6, or 8. Okay, is there one of these cells that can't be 5, 6, or 8? Well, this one couldn't be 5 or 6, so if this is red, it's 8. If this is red, it's 6. I overall give this a positive review, Niverio. I think there are a lot of things that, having done this once, you could streamline a bit. Like, I think you're going to have learned an amazing amount from doing this, and I think it's fun as it is, but I think you could probably do another cool one. Like, I would... when did you say, in 2027, when your turn comes up again for me to do another Niverio puzzle? If you've set another of these by then, I'll consider it. I've enjoyed this. The region that contained TNC's cruiser did not contain the cell of G8. Okay, so this is the cruiser. So this does not contain G8. Okay, so this is saying I get to put an edge here. I mean, I don't think this is significantly longer than, or more ridiculous than my Elements of Sudoku puzzle hunt, I don't think. It's ridiculous in a different way. But I don't think it's less ridiculous. Or sorry, I don't think it's more ridiculous. Okay, what is left in this column? Are there any naked singles laying around in this column? So I do know I need a blank. Okay, so maybe I should look at this cell. I know I need a blank, but let's fill this in. So this cell's not the blank. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, not 6. Not 3 either. 6, 7, and not 9. Okay. So the things in this column are 2, 4, 5, and 7. Interesting. What about the things in this row? This cell. Okay, this row I'm going to mark. This is... it's not any of those. So this is a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, 1, 2, 4, 5. It's not a 4 because there's a 4 in the column. Okay. Let's look at D10 that people are talking about. So it is being suggested that D10 can only be green. Let's see. So, but then there's discussion about whether it could perhaps be brown. Where does 4 go in row 3, I am being asked. So 4 in row 3 goes in one of these two cells, and it's not that one. Okay, 4 in row 3. Excellent. I like all of these hiddens. One of the very best things about having chat around is that chat will always spot the digit and the row or the column or whatever. Presumably one of these 4s is blue. If brown took the 6, it would isolate green. Do I need to know a fact over here about green? Or something like that? Like, why can't green get out over here? Where is the green 6 if it's not in D10? The wall on the 8. Ah, right. There we go. That's the point. Green, right. So green now can't get out through here because of this wall that Isabella pointed out that I completely forgot about as soon as I looked away from it. This cell is not green. And so green only sort of fills in. These are the only cells that can be green. And so if brown came down here and took this 6, green's not getting to 9 cells. So this is green. Okay. I remembered about that cell or that wall for half a second, and then my brain completely forgot about it. But great spot, Isabella, and great perseverance on everyone else about this wall here. Is very useful to know. Okay. So this cell, uh-oh, why can't green take a bunch of row 10? Uh-oh. Do I need to rewind this? Is it possible? Oh, yeah, it is possible. Never mind, sorry. Doesn't have to be green. Because green, for whatever reason, I was ignoring the fact that green could take all of these. So green actually can absolutely get to green can get to 9 cells without that. Oh, but if green does that, okay. Okay, well this is now okay. I like the empty cell proof better. The Ambrose points out you can see this exact combination doesn't work because then green can't have a 6. But I like Niverio's proof better, which is that I need an empty cell down here, and as soon as I need an empty cell down here, then green can't get enough cells if brown comes down and takes the 6. So the 6, I will re-green it more happily this time. Okay. That is re-green. Okay. Okay, D9 is not a 3. J6 is not a 7. Does that give me a hidden 7? Not quite, because that could still be a 7. If it was a 7, it would be brown. The digit in I7 was consecutive with the digit in J7. Interesting. Okay, so this is a pair of consecutive digits. Well, what is this just by the book? This is 1, not 2, 3, not 4, 5, 6, not 7, 8, but not 9. Okay, are there any of these that are immediately ruled out? So this could be 2, it could be 4, it could be 5, it could be 6. Sadly, no. Where is the 2 in green is being asked. That is an appealing question, but I guess the answer is green has to go over here somewhere, because green can't get a 2 in these cells or those cells, so green has to go right to get a 2. It might or might not get it here, but if it doesn't take this cell, then green can't get a 2, because if green doesn't take this cell, green is limited to these cells, none of which can be 2. So this cell is green, which means it's not a 1. Is this the empty cell? Let's see. If this cell's not empty, what is it? I guess there's a few options. Okay, Carl says if E9 is brown, where is the green 3 and 9 coming from? Oh, interesting. Right. If this is brown, then green, remember, is now stuck to these cells because of this particular wall. So, in fact, actually, this has to be green. That, for the record, is pretty brutal. I don't know if it was intended, but it's pretty brutal. Very cool, though. Very cool spot. Yeah, if this is, I should have said if this is anything but green. Let's see. Josh says if H 4 is blue, it isolates I3. Right, right. Because if this is blue, blue has to sort of connect around here. And now, however blue connects around here, this collection of cells is now kaput. In particular, that 4 is now kaput. So this is not blue. Sure makes it seem like this 4 is going to be blue, doesn't it? But maybe blue could take its 4 here or something like that. Seems possible. The 4s are pink and blue. Okay, so so Rangsk is claiming pink and blue are the only cells that can take these 4s. In which case, this would have to be blue and this would have to be pink. Brown can't take a 4. Green can't get there. What about orange? Orange is too far away. Orange, in fact, actually takes 9 cells to get next to this. So actually, yeah, so I agree with Rank's point. These are pink and blue, and I agree with Josh's point that this one certainly isn't the one that's blue. So this one's blue. And this one's blue, and this one's pink. And as soon as that's blue, as soon as that's blue, this is also blue. I was about to say, and regions can't touch orthogonally, but that's not a rule. So now what digits is blue missing? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is the only digit that blue is missing. So this cell, not blue. So one of these 2 cells is an 8. Is the blue 8. Oh, and blue needs an 8 in column H by the rules. I'm just going to trust you that one of the rules says that. Because I don't want to have to go back to my whole like Rosetta Stone and thinking about that. So that makes that that an 8. Sorry, a big 8 even. Big 8. Big 8 is taking over Sudoku. Let's see. Okay, so blue's done. Let's see. I've yet to rule anything about this. Okay, so... Okay, so now we return to this point about the 2s. So where is green getting its 2? So let's recall the set of all cells that green can possibly take. It's these cells. Okay, and let's rule out ones that can't possibly be 2. If it will let me. That can't be a 2, 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 that's not 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 a 2. Okay. What if this cell was a green 2? If that cell is a green 2, then this cell is a 5 and is green. But now all of these cells are green, which means this cell is blank. But green has a 5, so it can't be green, and it probably is too many cells anyway. So I agree this is the green 2. Let's see, B4 is a 7 now, I am told. Only place for 7 in its row. That can't be 7, that can't be 7, that can't be 7. Yep, this is a hidden single 7. Agree. Okay. 7 in row 4. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if all of these hiddens was Niverio's intended way to get through this, because this is all exactly the sort of inhumane, irregular Sudoku that I know Niverio hates. So I sort of suspect this is not what Niverio had in mind. Okay, this row needs a 3. As well as a 7. Is there one of these that can't be a 3 or a 7? Are there clues that we haven't used yet? I know these two are consecutive, but I don't think it does anything yet. Let's see. The digit in J6. By rules, J6 is not a 7. Ah, right. That one's not a 7. That one's not a 7. So you use the rules to make a hidden 7. Because that's not a 7 and that's not a 7. So that is a 7. So that's the opposite. That is using rules to make a hidden. So that's a hidden 7 for the row. That 7 is not red and it's not green, so it must be brown because it's not going to be anything else. And so now I need a 3 in the row and it can't go here, so that's the 3. And that's the 9 and the 3. And now this is a blank. 4 in row 5. Can't be there. Can't be there. Can't be there. If that were the 4... I mean, I do feel like this solve would be much different if I was sitting alone with this sheet of paper staring at it. I feel like as far as like as a content person, I can't really like stare at this sheet the whole time. So I'm just relying on like occasional glances at the sheet of paper. Oh, there's a 4 right above it. Very true. Okay. So this can't be 4 for a fancy reason, which is that it would have to be brown or red, and it can be neither. These two can't be 4. That one can't be 4. So that one's 4. That removes 4 as an option from here. Oh, no. Sorry. No, that could be a 4. Sorry, I don't think we have a hidden 4 here. Yeah, C5 could be a 4. Oh, I think the point is this can't be a 4 for more complicated reasons. This can't be a 4 because pink would pin it in. Pink needs to connect, and so I can't fit a whole region in here for the 4 to be in, and it can't be pink. That's cute. So actually, this is the 4. And that's the 6. This is not 6. So this can't be 5 because it can't be consecutive with that anymore. Do I need to ask where the 5 is in the column? Well, it's not there, so it's there or there. Now let's see. What color is the 9 in column E? So the 9 in column E can't go here because it can't be red or brown. It can't go there. And so the 9 in column... Oh, actually, the 9 in column E is here. And it must be green because it can't be red or brown, and I'm not fitting a whole new region in here. So that is the 9. So now so this is not green in particular, I should specify. So what is green missing? Green is missing a 5, to be sure. 2, 3, 4, and a 4. So green can't get a 4 over here. And so green takes its 4 here, and then takes that 5. Or takes its 4 here, and then takes that 5. Or can it take a 4-5 pair in this column? I think it can take a 4-5 pair in this column as well. So I think green has options. Let's see. H10. This could also be the green 5, right? I was only really interested in the 4, but yeah, you're right. That could be the 5. Yeah, that takes J5. It's got to be pink. Yeah, actually, my argument before for why this couldn't be whatever I said it couldn't be, I think I said this couldn't be a 4, is basically that this cell, if it's a digit, has to be pink, because if it's anything else, the puzzle breaks. But that means it has to be pink, regardless. So my argument actually worked for that. So those two are both pink. So what is this digit? Let's see. It's not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. It could be 5. It's not 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. So in fact, it's a hidden single 5, or it's a naked single 5. So what about this digit? It's not 1 or 2. It could be 3. It's not 4 or 5 or 6 or 7. It could be 8, but it's not 9. I mean, I4 could be... Oh, I4 can't be empty, right. Sorry, there's an empty cell here I wasn't noticing. This cell has to be pink for exactly the same reason, because it sees that empty cell. Okay, so what about this? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is an 8 or a 9. And then this cell... this cell's not a 9. So actually 9 in row 4 is fixed. 9 in row 4, because this can't be a 9. So this is the only cell in row 4 that can be a 9, which frankly is not the way I wanted this to work out, but it's what we got anyway. So this is a 5, 6, or 8. This 3, as being pointed out, removes 3 as a possibility over here. That 3 removes 4 as a possibility over here. That gives me a 2-7 pair in the row. Isabella's saying I know which way it goes. It's either 1, 2, or 7, 8. 1 in... Okay, so the point is, where is 1 in row 10? Okay, so Isabella's finding a sort of Jovi wing, X-wing kind of business here. Because whereas 1 going in row 10, it's not going there, it's not going there. So the 1 in row 10 is going in one of these places. So yeah, that's... that is also messy, but I like it. So that's going to do a lot, because that's going to make this an 8, and a 7, and a 3, and a 2, and a 7. I'm going to guess that was evitable. Let's see. Okay, so these digits, let's fill them in. So there's a 1. we've got a 2 and a 3. We need a 4 and a 5, 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. Yeah, I mean, that's always the thing, Niverio, is it's always like, when someone spots something like that, it's always like, I hope that wasn't intended, but it's very cool that they found it. This is not a 4. This is not a 4. I did not pencil mark that correctly. What did I do? This is not a 1. This is not a 4. This is not a 4. There we go. That's a 4. These are a 1, 5 pair. So in particular, this isn't purple. Because purple already has a 1 and a 5, so this is something else. This isn't purple either, or pink, or whatever you want to call it, because pink already has a 3. So pink still needs a bunch more cells. Pink taking the 8 would make a lot of sense. Do I know which of these is empty? Maybe not yet. Where does pink get a 7? Okay, so there's a... Actually, does every region already have a 7? It might be that every region has a 7 except for pink. But in any event, there's so many 7s looking at this that this is definitely the pink 7. And so, again, otherwise, if this 8 is not also pink, then something really ridiculous has happened. So that is that. This is an edge, because again, this region already has that. What is this? What is pink missing now? Pink is missing a 2. So that cell's not pink, because pink can't take a 2 there. This cell isn't pink, because pink can't take a 2 there. So pink takes its 2 here. That was cool. I liked that. That was satisfying. I like it when it's 1 digit. This can't be a 1 because of the aforementioned Jovi wing, right? There's only 2 places for 1 in this row. There's only 2 places for 1 in this row. It's funny because you don't really know if it's a Jovi wing or an X-wing a lot of times in a chaos construction. That means this can't be a 1. It would be a third 1 for columns H and I. I also think it would have helped my sanity a lot if these, instead of being A, B, C, D, were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like normal. I understand the desire for theme, though. 5 and 1 go in. It's not, though, because it doesn't cross boxes. It's only in 3 boxes. Okay. This cell needs to have a color. That color absolutely can't be anything but orange. Green can't possibly get over there, right? Green is 2 digits away from going. So this cell's definitely orange. I actually don't even think green can get here, can it? Yeah, green currently has 7 cells, so green can't take both of these. So this cell's... Oh, sorry, I don't know if this cell's empty. Sorry. That cell could be empty. So I believe Rank's point is that one of these 2 cells is the green 4, and I know which one if I try really quickly, or if I try very hard, because this one can't be a 4, so this has to be the green 4. So we will give green its 4. And now green only gets 1 more cell, and it needs a 5. Oh, and annoyingly, I still don't know where it gets the stupid 5. But I probably know what this digit is. It's not a 1, 2, 3. It could be a 4. No, it is a 4. Because it's not a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is a 4. Let's see. One of these is the 1, 6 for the column. Annoyingly, I don't know which. What is left in the betting tree row? Let's see, it needs to have a 3, which could go basically anywhere. 4. It needs to have a 6, which could go basically anywhere. Even more anywhere, actually. Okay, the betting tree row is not a good place to do. Okay. Is there another of these clues that I'm supposed to be looking at? Or have I used all the clues? 3 cannot go in columns that already have a 3. So for the row, we actually know that the betting cell is a 3. Because the betting tree is a 3, because actually this is a hidden 3. So congratulations to Bremster and everyone else who bet 3. The betting tree is a 3. So the digit that's left is a 6 and a blank. So these are a 6 blank pair. 5 is hidden in row 10, right? These two can't be 5 because there's a 5 in each column. So this is a 5. And I bet I know what region takes it. And so this 5 has to be taken by red, which gives us a double region completion. Like that. So this is a 6, because now I have to do Sudoku. This is a 6 and an 8. And red is finished, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, red is finished. So now, what if I look at this cell? This cell is empty because the column has told me so. This is the only cell left for an empty in the column. That means that these two are both numbers, and so they're not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're 6 and 8, not like that. They are 6 and 8, and I actually know the order. That's a 6 and that's an 8, which makes that a 1 and a 6, which makes that a 1 by our previously existing Jovi wing. So this is empty. So this is empty. So this is not an 8. Oops. This is a 5 or a 6. Okay. If this cell isn't brown, then brown's never finishing. So that cell's definitely brown. But as soon as this cell is brown, it makes all of this brown as well, which then lets us do that this is a 5 and a 6 and a 5. Oh, I guess I could have gotten that by that. I was more pleased with this direction. So brown needs to take this cell now, because brown still needs to get out, and it's not done yet. So you go there. Let's see. This cell has to have a digit in it. So I think actually every remaining cell that has a digit in it is going to have to be orange. I need to be sure I put the edge on here. Hey, Ren, welcome. We are just finishing up a 4-hour puzzle, hopefully. I am somewhat optimistic that we're going to successfully finish it. We need to make sure we put the edges in everywhere. Yeah, so as far as yeah, this has been quite a... Oh, I'm missing an edge on pink. Am I still missing an edge on pink? So this is... Yeah, I'll answer Liam's question in a second. 4, 5. This is a 6. And I think we are done. But I think if we want to actually have it register that we're done... Oh, I have a 4, 6 pair undone. Oh, so this is a 6 and a 4. I think if we actually want it to count as us being done, then we have to go and redo everything with the edges in the atrocious green color. which I think this is prettier than doing that, so I think I'm not going to. Very cool puzzle, Niverio. That so much going on here that is quite a journey. But I am glad that we made it through. We made it through the journey together. Thank you for everyone's help. It was greatly appreciated. Victory dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! What up? Victory! 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 Woohoo! Woohoo! Yes, thank you, Niverio, for setting this. I hope that you you feel good about the portion of your life and soul that you gave to make this puzzle. I think you should. I'm not sure I should say I think it was worth it. I think that might be degrading, but I think you should feel good about this. Woohoo! Very cool. Yeah, definitely didn't feel like 4 hours. I'm having a hard time even remembering thinking about this battleship part of it. Like, my brain doesn't even quite recall this. Yeah, I think the longest solve that Simon has done is somewhere in the 2.5 hour range. Anyway, a few people in chat were asking about submitting puzzles. So I generally have a list of puzzles that I intend to do at some point. It pops up as a Discord channel for members or whatnot can look at and vote on what I'll do. If someone is a regular and they say, hey, Zeta, I think you'd like this puzzle, then often I will have a look at it. I try to be aware broadly of what's posted on Logic Masters Germany and what's getting talked about and what is doing well. So I generally keep apprised of these things. The thing that you can do if you're a setter that's very helpful and that is likely to get your puzzles done is to tell me I have permission to do your puzzles, because I don't do puzzles from anyone who I don't have permission from. And when you give me permission to do your puzzles, if I have not previously had that, you should link me to your LMD page. And ideally, on your LMD page, you will have... ideally, on your LMD page, you'll have some puzzles that are rated so that I can look at it, and then I'll grab some. Usually I can find something that I think I would like. Liam is recommending Math Pesto's negation arrow puzzle, which I'm very excited to do. And I was sort of hoping or sort of planning to do today. But my subscribers had other ideas and voted for me to do this. But I'm glad to have accomplished this. But I would bet I will do Math Pesto's negation arrow puzzle next stream. Unless my windmills go in and vote for me to do another 4-hour puzzle. So Liam, so if you're a windmill or higher, you should have been invited. Sorry. Well, in any event, you should have been invited to the Discord, and the Discord exclusive and all those sorts of things. I know you just became one, so but if you're at a windmill or higher, Tristan will get you into the list, and then in the list of puzzles, there's just a reaction you can click to vote on those. It's my understanding that the negative arrow puzzle is saner than shards, which is something, but we will do that. There's also a Math Pesto puzzle called Smash Boy that I have kept wanting to do, and then lately, we just in the past couple weeks, we've really hit this sort of sweet spot of people just coming out with tons of puzzles that I want to do. So I'm lagging behind on puzzles that I really want to do. So Windmill is one of the levels, Liam. There's sort of like when you sign up, you get to choose like, oh, I want to be at this level or this level or this level, depending. It's a bonus for the medium tier. Giving permission on the Discord, you can message Tristan on the Discord. That is a good way to get permission recorded. And again, once you give permission for me to do your puzzles, I'll look at your stuff and see how it goes. So Niverio asked the question, do I think this is actually a 5 out of 5 or a 6 out of 5 for difficulty? I think because of the constant scanning, so two caveats. One, I'm doing this while trying to stream, and so trying to be entertaining, and so reading is hard. But also I'm dyslexic, so reading is extra hard when I'm trying to scan through these things. So those both being stated, for me, I think it's a 6 out of 5 because of all of the added complication from this. And I actually think the second piece might actually have been worse than the first piece in terms of scanning and the kind of being in order. I actually thought originally I was going to like it kind of being in order, but I'm not 100% sure how that worked out. Like the clues in the second page, they all ended up all linked together in this really way that was difficult, but ultimately rewarding in a way that the last page of clues did not. But the find the thing you're looking for and the assess whether the grid is at a point where you should be looking for another clue or looking at Sudoku in the grid, I think is tricky. So I think like 5.5 or something. It's not ridiculous. Like I think as long as someone doesn't make a mistake, I think they should be. I think people should be able to do it. But I think the scanning, and I'm using scanning here in the broadest sense, I think the scanning here is so next level that I think it does creep into the fives, the high fives type thing. Yeah, am I really the first person to stream this, by the way, Niverio? I would assume like everyone would be streaming this. Like, did TallCat do this and not stream it? How could that be? I assume Meme Rister is streaming it. Yeah, and so if I was able to stare at the part 2 clues better, it might have guided things a little bit more, but I was sort of like randomly looking at it and people would say this thing was in there and I would look at it, so it's possible. I do very much appreciate the choice that this is overclued. That there were a bunch of pieces here that weren't strictly necessary, but that got you there and that saved you from doing some of the awful irregular Sudoku. I do really like, by the way, the 10 by 10 with the empty cells. I think that's an interesting way to do deconstruction. I fear that, I mean, I think we've kind of demonstrated that it doesn't actually spare the world of the problem of irregular scanning. But I think this was a fun idea, the 10 regions with this. And I liked the interplay between the two pieces. I'm now in my head wondering if it would have been cooler if you had sort of like had to go back and forth between these two more. Because some of my favorite deductions in the puzzle, and I should say my favorite piece was I will flip KNT and I will say my favorite piece was the first half. But my favorite parts of the first half were the parts of the first half where you had to think ahead to this and think about, like, I loved the, oh, I can't have this battleship be horizontal in row 1 because that would put 9 digits on whisper lines in row 1, and I can't put 9 digits on whisper lines because there's only 8 I can put on whisper lines. That was probably my favorite deduction in the whole puzzle, but there were a few little things like that in the first half that I really liked, that I would have thought, or that I think you might be able to like weave in a little more, although probably not not without making it much harder. Yeah, the German whispers are the you have to be at least 5 different as you sort of bounce along them. Yeah, I mean, I certainly doing that would have made the puzzle harder, I think. But I think I would have. I think I would. I think that's the kind of hard that really gets Zeta excited. That's not to say that the rest of the world would necessarily agree. I think that I think exactly as I found with my puzzle hunt Niverio, I think you're probably seeing with this that this doesn't completely intersect with people's sort of Sudoku interests, and so some people will find it really exciting, and some will find it off-putting, or mix the various pieces in various ways. I think it would probably take me significantly longer off stream, because on stream I had lots of people sort of drawing my attention to parts that are relevant. I'm not a very fast solver in general. I think solving usually is faster for me on stream, but I think this puzzle, I think having the stream there really helped. Yeah, I think that is a sort of terrifying element, Cogito, is like, what if you're solving this puzzle and what if 2 hours in you make a mistake? That is pretty dangerous. Yeah, I would be very excited to see another puzzle like this. I mean, like this in the sense of something different that sort of brings in more ideas. Not necessarily with the 2 grids, but I would be happy to see it. But I agree. I think there's going to be some people who would and some people who wouldn't. How close is this to being rated, by the way? I saw that it still wasn't rated. Not 10 solves, but not yet rated. Yeah, I definitely did not like the amount of deliberate red herrings. I agree with Woofer there. I think the red herrings were there to like add flavor and story to it, but it added lots of words and lots of clues that I wasn't 100% sure I knew what they would mean. And then when I went back to skim back for a clue, it was a little bit of a nightmare because there were so many words that weren't necessary. I think that part could have been trimmed a bit, but I completely understand that, like, doing this blind, you'd have no idea like what amount of that would be enjoyed. And I think it's something where like, I think Tristan probably, if I were to guess, would probably not be at all bothered by the scanning the text part. But the scanning the text part was very difficult for me. So for me, I would say that, but I'm not sure that I would offer that as sort of broad advice, Niverio, so much as like necessarily for me doing it. Yeah, but yeah, you said it's been rated at 100% now. That's awesome. Yes, I am not surprised. I feel it is very deserving. When I rate it, it will not change the 100% preview. I wonder if... I don't think you can. I was wondering if you could have it give you answer check for just the first half. So I feel like if it gave you answer check like at waypoints through the puzzle, I think that might make it feel a little more manageable. But yeah, this was quite an experience, and I'm very glad that so many people joined me and seemed to enjoy it. Yeah, it will be a bit until I do another 4-hour puzzle, we'll say. It's funny, actually. I was musing as I was looking at this because I put this in the bucket and I really didn't know if when I put it in the bucket all the windmills would immediately vote for it or not. Uh, because originally it used to be that the fans and windmills and whatnot would vote for would tend to vote for whatever chaos construction was in the bucket. And I did a whole bunch of chaos constructions because people voted for them at the beginning. And lately, it's actually been the case that people have been more voting uh, for easier puzzles, not necessarily like easy, but easier. Uh, like fours and sevens was a perfect example. That was like a 3-star doubler Renbon thing. But people went straight for this. Like this was not in the bucket for very long before it was voted on. So I think I was not alone in being excited to see see things that are different, Niverio. So I think you succeeded in enticing a lot of people. And I should say, by the way, thank you to all the new members today. That's been awesome. It's been great to see the growing support and to hang out with all of you. And I appreciate how many new regulars there are as well. That has been very cool. Uh, yeah, I feel like this is this puzzle was for you to set a lot like Elements of Sudoku was for me, where it's like I want to set something like that again, but boy, every time I think about it, I'm like, oh, that took so long. Uh, Yeah, Isabella. So, funnily enough, Starity I put in the bucket, and I would have bet money that Starity would pop up as the puzzle to do. Like the instant it was in there, I'm definitely going to do Starity. There's no question that I'm going to do Starity. Uh, and I would have done it last time, except that the thing that was voted on was a different Cogito puzzle, and I was a little reluctant to, especially since the Cogito only puts out like a puzzle a month, sort of like not super a lot, and I really love the Cogito puzzles. I didn't really want to burn through the entire Cogito backlog in one stream. Got to save the treat for later, so so I've saved Starity, but I will definitely do Starity on stream. Uh, but yes, of course, every stream I do, the bucket gets longer and not shorter, so that will probably continue to be the case. Uh, but it was so fun. I enjoyed this, and the energy that you all gave helped me persevere and make it through this without coffee. Uh, bring on Wednesday. Yep, I look forward to Wednesday. What's Oh, you're trying to finish all of Codex Puzzles, Playmaker? I mean, I had coffee this morning, but I didn't have any coffee while I was doing this, is what I meant, Jim. Uh, uh, yeah, I used to do all of Codex puzzles on stream, but now there are too many setters where I try and do all of their puzzles on stream, and so inevitably I miss some. Like, I missed that Tall Cat Thermo, I'm very sad to say. Uh, But Kodak in particular started setting a bunch of numbered rooms puzzles, and so I sort of have checked out on those until that phase is over. But I definitely miss doing Kodak puzzles. I would like to do more. Uh, uh, need some coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. Uh, I guess checked out there could have been interpreted as a pun. It wasn't really intended. Yes, and Eric points out I still am with Tristan at some point going to do more Outer Wilds. I don't know when, but I will at some point. Uh, uh, yeah, I don't know when that will be possible, but at some point. The nice thing about Outer Wilds is I don't think I'm really like missing anything by waiting a bit. I think it will be okay. Uh, yeah, a lot of people talking about a 24-hour stream. I think I'm probably too old for a 24-hour Sudoku stream. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll do a 24-hour Sudoku stream, like subscriber drive or something. I don't know. Uh, maybe over Maybe over my winter break. I don't know. Bye, Jim. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your help. Yeah, I was actually, when I was watching Codec's interview with Memerister the other day, I was thinking like, wow, there's all these old Codec puzzles that I didn't do, and I probably watched Simon do, but I have not done. So I actually might go back and do a lot of the older Codec puzzles that I have not done. Only ones without little killer clues, but I might do that. Is this the first one puzzle stream? So technically no, because we have solved Caterpillar before, and Caterpillar actually took more than one stream to solve. Thanks, Rengestu. Welcome. And Rengestu's donated 10 euros and said that their Discord is hacked, which is unfortunate, so they can't join the Discord at the moment. Hopefully you can soon. Hopefully you can straighten out the thing. But we will give you the donation dance. Thank you. Rengestu. You are also welcome to email. I will let Tristan say what the email is. But Niplu Ultra was on a Wednesday. I actually, so it was like an 8-hour stream, and so Niplu Ultra is only like 4 hours. Like, if this were a Wednesday stream, there would be time for a whole other Battleship puzzle after this. There you go. Email in chat, Renju, for where you can email about, sorry, Rengestu. Email in chat, where you can say that. There you go, yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's time to set part 2. Yeah, there you go. Off to the races. Well, if at some point in the future, Niverio, you and I are both sort of like to the point where we're willing to consider an endeavor like this again, I would consider a collab of something like this. If you want to try and make something together that is completely crazy, because I like crazy. But anyway, I should go tucker off and eat dinner. But thank you, everyone. Again, next stream is on Wednesday. It starts 2 hours later than it used to, but also I'll be streaming on Friday. So 2 streams instead of 1 this week. So I look forward to seeing you all there. This has been a beautiful, wonderful ride. Thank you so much. It is 8:30 p.m. where I am, Liam. Yeah, good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on where you are. Thank you very much to all of my supporters across the spectrum. If you subscribe, if you're a regular, if you're new, thank you so much. Extra special thank you to those the turbines who donated at the tippy top level. Those are David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you so much. Oh boy, poor Niverio's up till 3 a.m. watching this. I mean, I guess, you know, it's a good reason to be up until 3 a.m. because you're watching someone enjoy one of your creations. Alrighty, well, with that, I'm going to go eat something. But I will see you all very soon. Have a wonderful evening, or morning, or whatever. And I look forward to seeing you all very soon. Bye for now.